Ladies and gentlemen, could I ask you please to take your seats as we are about to get underway? If everyone could now take their seats. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please, could you take your seats as we are about to start? If everyone could now take their seats. Thank you so much. Good afternoon and a very warm welcome to the 8th Cohesion Forum, where we will be discussing the regions of Europe, how to recover, rebuild and reconnect. My name is Jackie Davis. I will have the privilege of moderating our plenary sessions over the next 2 days, and it is fantastic to see so many of you here. I can't believe I'm saying this still here in the room with us. Wonderful to have you with us, and also great to have so many of you joining us online. You are all very welcome. Couple of points of housekeeping just before we get underway. There is simultaneous interpretation in English on channel 1, French on 2, German on 3, Italian on 4, Spanish on 5, and Polish on 6. And for those of you who, like me, have completely forgotten how these things work over the last 2 years, you pull the arms apart to start it, press the button in the middle for the channel, and turn it for the volume. For those of you online, you use the video player. The Twitter hashtag, and we do urge you to tweet about what you are hearing at this event. Let's get that cohesion policy message out. The hashtag is very simply Cohesion Forum. I will tell you more about the program and how to get involved in the discussion later. But to get proceedings formally underway, we have with us not one, ladies and gentlemen, Commissioner, but two. We have Elisa Ferreira, European Commissioner for Cohesion and Reforms, and Nicolas Schmidt, who is European Commissioner for Jobs and Social Rights, to formally open the proceedings and to set the context for the discussions we're going to be having this afternoon and tomorrow. Commissioner Ferreira, thank you for having us here. Thank you for organising this event, and over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Jackie. Thank you to all of you for being here. Special word to my colleague, Commissioner Nicolas Schmidt, and a special word to all that will participate in this two-day event. Welcome, welcome, welcome to this 8th Cohesion Forum. It is such a pleasure, and I repeat what you have just said, to see so many of you in person. But I also warmly welcome all those who are joining this event remotely. This hybrid method means that we have more participants than ever before. We have 600 people physically, and more than double that, about 1,400 connected remotely. Your presence in such great numbers encourages me greatly, because the days are dark. I did not think that we would see war again here in Europe, yet here we are. Let this serve as a reminder that of what we have built over the last decades. And what we have built is absolutely precious. But it is also fragile, and it is incomplete. If we want the last 70 years of peace to be more than just a passing phase in European history, we must take a stand against the failed ideologies of the past and stand with all who arrive and who strive and who fight for a freer, for a democratic, for a better future. As you know, we are doing all we can to support the Ukrainian people, to meet the humanitarian needs, and to counter Russia's aggression with sanctions. And cohesion policy, as the expression of European solidarity, is also part of this effort. We have suspended cross-border programs with Russia and Belarus, and we will reinforce those with Ukraine. Through the new CARE initiative, and CARE stands for Cohesion Action for Refugees in Europe, we will support member states and regions who host and welcome refugees. Well, dear colleagues, we are gathered here today to discuss what we must do to build a more cohesive Europe. Because every aspect of cohesion, the principles of cohesion, the policy of cohesion, the methods of cohesion, cohesion in all its forms, is a central pillar of European integration. And we are here for developing and strengthening this pillar. A proper reflection starts by asking the right questions. So let me set the scene by debunking 3 myths about cohesion policy and laying out 3 challenges ahead for which we seek your input, knowledge, and advice. Let's go first for the addressing of these 3 myths that are shared, in public opinion very often, too often, I would say. And myth number 1 is cohesion policy has little impact on growth. This is just not true. The 8th Cohesion Report estimates that GDP per capita in less developed regions will be up to 5% higher in 2023, thanks to the cohesion policy investments of the last 7 years, just taking that into account. The report also notes the key role of cohesion policy in sustaining public investment. Indeed, This role is growing or has grown over time in cohesion countries. Cohesion policy funding was the equivalent of a third of total public investment in the period of 2007-2013. This increased to 52%, so just over a half of total public investment in 2014-2020, when local and regional public investment was cut after the financial crisis. And in fact, cohesion policy offset this, acting as what I would call a kind of automatic stabilizer, keeping the economy and keeping jobs and keeping business alive. And cohesion investments add up over time. The 10 countries that joined the EU in 2004 had, at that time, an average income per head of just 59% of the European average. In 2019, that average had risen to 77%. So in 15 years, you have a massive progress in terms of convergence. In other words, the gap during this period was almost halved. The World Bank has called this Europe's convergence machine. Driven by the strong motor of cohesion policy, this machine works, and we must keep improving it. Another myth, a second myth, is that cohesion policy is just for poor countries, poor investments justified only by solidarity. Let's be clear. We are, of course, proud of our key role in European solidarity, and the importance of solidarity cannot be overstated in any project based on interdependence between these members. But cohesion policy is not just a policy for redistribution. It is basically a policy for convergent growth, for shared opportunities, for shared prosperity. Also, all countries benefit financially, whether directly or indirectly. Of course, we don't have the counterfactual of imagining what Europe would be like without cohesion policy. This is difficult to estimate, but it's worth thinking about it. But despite our focus on the least developed regions that, of course, we have, despite our key role of reducing inequalities, studies also show that 30 to 40% of our investments spill over to more developed economies and countries through exports of goods and services. Moreover, every euro invested in cohesion policy generated 3 euros of extra GDP 15 years after the programs ended. So this is quite an interesting rate of return. I think a lot of us would have enjoyed to have this in our private businesses. But there are political benefits too, because no community worthy of the name leaves or should leave some of its members behind. And in the modern economy, you can find the left behind, nevertheless, in almost every member state. And the geography of discontent is a challenge for all of us. It is a serious risk for our democracies, and cohesion policy is in fact addressing it. In fact, for many Europeans, cohesion is the only policy they have ever heard of. In a Eurobarometer survey conducted last year, among the 10 key European policies, cohesion policy is the second only to Erasmus in terms of name recognition. So cohesion policy is good economics, it's good politics, it's good society, it's good democracy, and a good investment for Europe. The third myth is that cohesion policy is outdated. We heard it, didn't you? I heard it very often. The relic of a bygone age to be replaced by more modern policies. Well, I have news, because cohesion policy is one of the most modern policies, because we have evolved. We have evolved through time. Basic infrastructure and roads are no longer the focus or the core of the policy nowadays. I make no apologies for these investments. They were necessary, and they are still necessary in a lot of regions and in a lot of countries. In those places where they don't exist, of course. But since 2007, in particular since then, cohesion policy took a strategic turn, shifting to other priority areas such as innovation. For the 2021 programs, we have a binding minimum level set out in the regulations for green, digital, and innovative investments, ranging from 55% of the total investment to 85%, as you all know, depending on the level of development of the regions. This means an estimated 100 billion euros in green projects and an estimated 80 billion euros in innovation, broadband, and digitalization. So cohesion policy is, of course, not outdated. On the contrary, modern cohesion policy is a key enabler of the twin transition and a key provider of modern European public goods. Moreover, cohesion policy proved its agility also in tracking the COVID crisis and the emergencies. In 2020, in just 3 weeks, we adopted, with a lot of solidarity from the European Parliament, from the Council, so from all the prime ministers in Europe, but in fact, we managed in 3 weeks. We adopted the Coronavirus Response Investment Initiative, the CRI1 and CRI+, which eventually mobilized 23 billion euros of emergency support. Just weeks after the crisis started, we in Cohesion became Europe's first responder. And then again, with REACT-EU, we were the first among the next generation European Union funds to deliver on the ground. And today, once again, we are putting on our firefighters' helmet with the Cohesion's Action for Refugees in Europe. We called it CARE. So, cohesion policy is not old, outdated, or rigid. Of course not. We are constantly evolving and adapting to the challenges of the modern world. And now I see 3 key challenges ahead. Let this be a focus for our exchanges today and tomorrow, and the following working days that we have to work through in this permanent dialogue. And these 3 challenges, I would concentrate on the following ones. The first challenge, mind the gaps and tackle the traps. What do I mean by this? Our policy has always been about narrowing the development gaps from infrastructure to innovation. But reading the 8th Cohesion Report, I am reminded that old gaps and old divides are taking a new turn. And in some cases, they are becoming development traps. For example, the urban and rural divide. We are observing a tendency for growth to concentrate in bigger cities and capital regions, and this generates congestion in capitals and brain drain in the other regions, to the detriment of the whole system. Then there is another trap, and this is the middle income trap. While leading regions continue to advance, other regions experience a kind of glass ceiling of convergence, where they go so far, but they don't go further. This middle income trap is already observed in southern and southwestern Europe, for instance. The middle income trap is often linked to problems with innovation or to problems with the institutional quality, the quality of our institutions. It is often associated with capacity to decide at the right level, or the capacity and the quality of the public administrations. But the range of bottlenecks will likely broaden as we move to a greener and digital economy, and this has got to be addressed by us. So we must take a much wider view of development gaps and tackle them before they become, in fact, the development traps. We must invest in innovation networks, in institutions and in governance, and in every element of preparedness for the green and digital economy. I sincerely welcome your views and inputs in all these fields. Second challenge, don't forget the basics. Even when we tackle new gaps and traps, we must remember that the cohesion method works. It has been tried, it has been tested and successful for years, and while our thematic focus may have changed and will go on changing from a dynamic perspective over the years, the key to our success remains the same: two basic ingredients. The first one is territorial development strategies, and the second is broad partnership. So we must build our work upon solid strategies developed at the right territorial scale. And I repeat this concept, right territorial scale, for a development strategy to make sense and to be feasible, tailored to the needs, assets, and strengths of each region. And we must work with all partners. A development strategy will only work if it is designed, implemented, and co-owned with regional and with local stakeholders. But at the same time, many of the new challenges require institutional changes, which can only be achieved by multi-level governance, cooperation between the different administrative levels. We also need to keep things as simple as possible. Despite 75 measures of simplification in the new period that we have introduced in the legislation, we know that the framework is still very heavy. Managing authorities and beneficiaries find it difficult to comply with. We need to continue in the direction of making our policy user-friendly. Your experiences, your practical suggestions would be most valuable. And a third challenge. The third challenge is that we need more allies. Cohesion cannot work alone. We cannot remain isolated from the wider policy toolbox. And we cannot be limited to compensating the imbalances provoked by other policies. For far too long, horizontal policy instruments have turned a blind eye to their spatial impacts, and this cannot continue. Other structural policies designed at European and national level must open their eyes to their regional and local impacts. Key policies at all levels must follow or must have a kind of a regional proof. Key policies must do no harm to cohesion, and they should not hamper convergence, but not increase inequalities. So neither blind eye nor be ignorant of what the impacts, the differentiated, the asymmetric impacts on the ground will be. And we must work with, learn from, and increase synergies with other policies, from economic governance to innovation or to climate. And I will close by saying that in these 2 days, we put ourselves in your hands. We need you. We need your experience, your expertise, your local knowledge, your practical experience. None of us here believe in those myths. All of us know that cohesion policy works. It is incredibly effective, the motor of Europe's convergence machine. We know that it is good investment for all Europe. It is needed. An internal market, to be very simple, cannot work if you have asymmetric impacts and permanently enlarging imbalances. This will break Europe. Not just politically, as the antidote for the geography of discontent, but also a solid economic return on investment for all member states. We know that cohesion policy is relevant more than ever not just to firefight in crisis, but as a key engine for the twin green and the digital transition for a balanced and sustainable growth. We do not fall for the myths, but we recognize the challenges of minding the gaps and tackling the traps, taking a broad view of development from institutions to, and quality of institutions to innovations and green infrastructure, ensuring that new development gaps do not become development traps. The challenge, not to forget the basics, to stay true to the key features of our success, and these are solid local development with a strong and broad partnership. The challenge to get others involved, regional proofing, so that key policies are not blind to their spatial impacts. Dear colleagues, our convergence machine has done a fine job, I think, over the last decades. But the coming years will require us to power up, to fine-tune the engine, and to go into overdrive. The strength, the soundness, and success of our union depend on it. I look forward to our discussions, and thank you very much for your participation.
Ferreira, thank you so much. Outlining there just how important this policy is, those key achievements, but also those key challenges. And we will come back on minding the gaps and tackling the traps. We will come back on what not forgetting the basics means. And we will come back on that point of working with others and do no harm. All issues we're going to delve into. It's now my great pleasure to give the floor to Nicolas Schmidt, European Commissioner for Jobs and Social Rights. Commissioner, great to have you with us, sir, and over to you.
Monsieur le Premier ministre, Monsieur le Sénateur, chers collègues commissaires, Monsieur le Ministre, chers participants, notamment...
Minister, dear participants, and all of you who represent regions and cities across Europe.
It's a pleasure to participate with you in this 8th Cohesion Forum. It's a pleasure, it's a privilege to do that. And we have heard again how committed you are to develop and promote this cohesion policy. So let me, at the beginning, say a few words about somebody who really promoted and developed and launched, in a way, the cohesion policy, Jacques Delors. And you said in your speech that finally there cannot be a well-functioning internal market without a solid cohesion policy. And that was a very strong belief of Jacques Delors, and he defended very strongly, also in the context of the negotiation of the Maastricht Treaty, this idea that to have a drive for our growth, the internal market, we need also this solidarity inside the Union. He used this word of contrat de mariage between the member states to underline the necessity of solidarity. The Union cannot exist without. And this solidarity is not just the solidarity with the weaker parts of the Union, who win, obviously, win from this solidarity. It is also a win for the stronger parts, and we have seen that the stronger parts, the stronger regions, the stronger member states in our Union, they are also the winners of our cohesion policy. Now, precisely now, in a time of very concrete threats, of a brutal war at our borders, a war that is not only directed against the sovereignty of Ukraine, but also against the democratic, united Europe. Ukraine aspires to be a member of this union. We need this solidarity. This is more than necessary than ever. Cohesion policy is the strongest expression of this European solidarity. Solidarity between member states, solidarity between regions, but also solidarity in our societies, between citizens, social solidarity. And therefore, through our active social policies, we share the same aim, and the idea is we should leave nobody behind. A few words on Ukraine. I think we all express, and we should not miss one occasion, to express our very strong solidarity with Ukraine. You have already mentioned the Cohesion's action for refugees in Europe, Elisa. I think this shows again how fast the European Union, how fast the Commission can act and propose the right tools to support member states, but also those who are in need, I mean the Ukrainian refugees. This is also the case for the European Social Fund. The European Social Fund is the oldest cohesion fund. It's in the Treaty of Rome, and it provides immediate support not only now to the people fleeing from Ukraine, but also to all those in our societies who need this support, who need precisely the way into the labor market, better access to healthcare, and all other social services. The European Social Fund is the EU's main instrument to invest in people, and we know now how important skills are in our society characterized by a very rapid technological change. And therefore, investing in people, investing in their skills, upskilling, reskilling is one of our major priorities. And just to say a word on care, here also, we want really to help the people coming from Ukraine, the refugees, a large majority of women, to enter the labor market, because they express this desire to be part of our society, to work, to find a job. But we know that to have better opportunities to do so, we have to support them, we have to invest in their skills, we have to give them also the opportunity to use their competences, to recognize, to see their competences recognized. So member states and the European Parliament now have expressed their broad support for this proposal called CARE. And for example, social and employment ministers last Monday expressed their very firm support for this instrument. And I was very much impressed by the discussion we had on Monday, by all the initiatives already taken in member states to allow the refugees to enter the labor market, to support them, but also to take care of their children. I think we have a very high responsibility to help these millions of children coming to the European Union, to offer them not just childcare, but also good education in order not to produce a lost Ukrainian generation. Whilst the Ukrainian crisis occupies our minds, and rightly so, we must not lose sight of the broader employment and social issues in a period of profound transformation. These are of high importance for Europeans, and the recent Eurobarometer survey showed that Europeans are worried about social inequalities, unemployment, and obviously environmental issues and climate change. This is a clear call to action at EU and national level. But this is also, and you explained it very well, Elisa, this is a very clear call for more and better and stronger cohesion policy, because cohesion policy precisely responds to these concerns and to these expectations expressed by a majority of Europeans. The European Pillar of Social Rights marks obviously a very strong moment in this development. Proclaimed 5 years ago, the pillar provides a compass for a more social Europe, for a more social societies, responding to what the treaty says about a social market economy. And we had, during the last years, a bit forgotten that it is not just about a market economy, it's about a social market economy. The commitment of European leaders, the European institutions and the social partners and civil society made at the Porto Social Summit last year in May marks an important milestone. Leaders welcomed a new ambition for the pillar with 3 EU headline targets to be achieved by 2030. First, an employment rate of 78%. Behind this 78%, there is a lot to do. There is not just investing in skills, what I said already, but there is also to provide equality, non-discrimination on the labor market, especially equality between men and women. And this Commission is very much committed to this equality, and we adopted recently an important directive on wage transparency precisely to guarantee this equality. And last Monday, we adopted a directive which was quite an old one, presented 10 years ago, on the possibility or the equality of women in boards in companies. The second one is at least 60% of adults taking part in training every year. It's the importance of investing in people, investing in their skills in a changing technological environment, especially due to digitalization. But it's also lifting 15 million people out of poverty or social exclusion, out of which at least 5 million children. And here also cohesion policy has an extreme important role to play, because when we are talking about poverty, we know that we have in Europe pockets of poverty, of high levels of poverty, regions where poverty is particularly high. And we have to give these regions also the potential to develop and the potential to reduce poverty. These targets are not an end in itself. They are necessary to coordinate efforts for more social Europe and to successfully manage the green and digital transitions you already mentioned, and to promote economic and social convergence that Europe needs to be united. Without social and economic convergence, we cannot find this union we need, and especially we need in the world which is now developing. Cohesion policy is a central driver to create social Europe. It represents Europe's commitment and investment in tackling social challenges, increasing employment, and contributing to Europe's competitiveness. The 8th Cohesion Report shows impressively how EU cohesion policy has helped in the past. Member states and regions converged in their economic development. Cohesion policy was also an instrument for the quick response to the COVID-19 crisis you already described. The pandemic has been a stress test for our social models and has underlined the importance of effective social protection and social inclusion policies to mitigate the effects of reduced economic activity. The 8th Cohesion Report also highlights the potential of the green and digital transition as new drivers of EU growth, but it argues that without appropriate policy action, new economic, social, and territorial disparities may appear. The green transition provides new opportunities for job creation and positive social outcomes and socioeconomic risks. I am convinced of this, but however, regions in Europe highly dependent on fossil fuel and carbon-intensive industries are facing tremendous transformation needs. This is compounded by challenges due to price increases of goods and services linked to increased energy prices, and their impact, especially on households with lower income and rural populations, can be substantial. Such effects, if not addressed, inequalities and lead to societies that are more divisive. So it is clear the green transition will only be successful if fairness and solidarity are at the heart of our policy actions, and that's the whole sense of a just transition. It is a key message of our proposal for a Council recommendation on ensuring a fair transition to climate neutrality. Let me turn to another policy dimension that is very dear to my heart, reducing inequality and eradicating poverty. This is an EU priority and enshrined in the EU treaties and the European Pillar of Social Rights. Recently, we have created policy frameworks to coordinate EU and national work to achieve this priority. First, and I know Elisa is very sensitive to that, the reinforced youth guarantee is providing guidance towards a stable labour market integration for our next generation, with a special emphasis for the most vulnerable young people. And finally, another important topic we share, the child guarantee, which is a framework for tackling child poverty and social exclusion. And we have launched a European platform on combating homelessness, which brings, by the way, together a lot of cities, a lot of municipalities, a lot of regions, but also a lot of NGOs and civil society organizations. Initiatives to address platform work and minimum wages protect the workers in a new working environment and confirm the social market economy. This year, we will present the new European care strategy to support men and women in finding the best care and life balance, but also to provide those who are working in the care sector with decent working conditions and fair pay, because we should not forget that in the care sector, a large majority are women. A proposal on a Council recommendation on minimum income schemes, because this is another important issue to fight poverty. To translate these initiatives into real action, we need to allocate adequate levels of public funding. Our investments must lead us where we want to go, to a fair society that ensures equal opportunities for all. The ESF Plus will continue to be the key instrument in support to people. It will provide them with the right skills for a changing labour market. It will continue paying special attention to the labour market inclusion of people furthest away from the labour market. It will continue to help young people find their way to the job market, including the needs, those who are 14% in the European Union and who risk to be the permanent forgotten or lost generation. The ESF will also contribute to the implementation of the child guarantee by investing in measures tackling child poverty. Often this will be combined with investments in infrastructure that come from the European Regional Development Fund. It will promote the social inclusion of vulnerable groups, such as third country nationals, marginalized Roma communities, people with disability, all those, finally, experiencing or at risk of poverty, social exclusion, or discrimination. Let me, before finishing, say a word on industry, on our industrial policy. Industrial policy is high on our agenda, and rightly so. The pandemic has taught us how important industries are in Europe. We have unfortunately experienced our dependency in a lot of sectors during the pandemic, and even now, not just dependency on fuel, on fossil fuels from Russia, but also on microchips coming from Asia, interrupting our value chains. And this Commission wants to change this, because we have to be aware that globalization will change after the pandemic, and especially also after this war. And Europe has to be prepared for this change in a globalization. And to be successful with our redevelopment of a strong industry in Europe, especially in those areas. And Monsieur le Président de la Région Wallonne, you know what it means. Those regions who have lost their industrial substance, how difficult it is for people to bring them back into jobs and create new jobs. This is our mission now, especially also linked to the transitions. And to have this industry, we need to invest in infrastructure. We need to invest in connectivity to precisely to close these gaps between regions and to give new opportunities. But we need, above all, also to invest in people, in their skills, in their knowledge, in their innovation capacity. That's what cohesion policy is also about. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Commissioner Schmidt. Ladies and gentlemen, and that passionate evocation of why cohesion policy matters, why solidarity matters more than ever. You raise challenges, you raise questions about addressing people's concerns. We will come back to all of them. But it's now my great pleasure for a keynote speech to continue and build on the inspiration we have already had. I'm delighted to welcome back to Brussels Mario Monti, Senator for Life of the Italian Republic, and of course, former Italian Prime Minister and a former European Commissioner for many, many years. It is great to have you back, Prime Minister, Senator. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor and pleasure for me to be here today. Madam Commissioner, Mr. Commissioner, Prime Minister, Ministers, ladies and gentlemen. I'm particularly grateful to Commissioner Ferreira and Commissioner Schmidt for inviting me. As was kindly remembered now, I've been a member of two commissions ages ago, covering 1995 to 2004, not a dull time to be at the Commission, because, for example, we oversaw the beginning of the Euro and the enlargement. I have also watched closely all commissions after those two, of which I was a member, until the current commission. And I will say to you a few words, but not immediately, in a while, on how I evaluate the current commission in this historical perspective. But first, of course, you too, as I, must pay a small tax on cohesion, because we are here to discuss cohesion. Well, I must say that I commend very much the vision and the work by the two commissioners who convened us today, as well as the complexity but also clarity of the cohesion report and of this great forum. We have really all of Europe here. How do I look at cohesion? I think in a particular perspective, not a priori a very loving and tender perspective towards Commission. Why? Toward cohesion. Why? Because I should have a tough and hard heart. Because when I was commissioner, I was very much, to echo Commissioner Schmidt's terminology, in charge of the market component of the social market economy. I was first in charge of the internal market, taxation, financial services, customs, and all that, taxation, yes. And then of competition. So the parts of the Commission who have more or less to prevent people from doing something that would amount to an impediment to the single market, to competition, rather than preaching and practicing the social. This is why I believe it is rather important that I should profess my strong favor for cohesion, because it does not come from an institutional role, and it does not come today. May I stress this? When in 2010, then President Barroso asked me to prepare for him and his commission a report on the single market, I proposed to him a new strategy for the single market at the service of Europe's economy and society. Because having gone through huge consultations with all member states, with all the stakeholders, etc., I was a bit fed up of listening to complaints on one hand by industrialists, for example, on how this and that particular sector of the single market were not progressing fast enough, and by other segments of society, like the trade unions, or some of them complain about the social disruptions that sometimes the single market was bringing about. So I tried to adopt a layman's approach, and tried to draw a map of all the reasons why the single market was being held back. And still today, as you know, it is very much held back, for example, in the services sector. And that is very detrimental to the growth of the European economy and ultimately to employment. But what is the nature of the obstacles? And in drawing up this map, there were cultural and other origins of the various obstacles, of the various impediments, but there were very many social and cohesion objections, or at least asserted objections. And so what I suggested to the Commission, which in part did that afterwards, was to try and approach why some lists of obvious proposals that N Commission prior to my working group had put forward were not implemented, and how to devise actions to circumvent the obstacles or to directly meet the obstacles and try to remake something in the structure or the functioning of the single market that was making it perceived as socially unfriendly. I could not tolerate this because I knew, and after Jacques Delors, we all knew that the single market is a gigantic need for the European economy. And we have seen on the occasion of one member state departing the EU a few years ago, if I remember well, it was the UK, who, by the way, had invented the single market, because that was not a product of Jacques Delors in terms of rolling out and implementing it. It was a product of Mrs. Thatcher, the British Prime Minister, and of her long hand in Brussels, Lord Cockfield, both of them British conservative. What an irony that a number of years later it would have been British conservatives, through a referendum, to deprive the UK of their best export, the single market, which they had invented and exported to the rest of Europe with great success on both sides. At any rate, there was a problem because the single market at that point, and speaking of 2010, was seen by many as an obstacle to European growth. Whereas some of us knew, or at least were convinced, maybe wrongly, but I believe not wrongly, that it was the main engine for growth. So that's why it was important, and through various initiatives, I must give credit to the subsequent commissions because they did that, and this one in particular, the current commission, to reconcile the market and the social in the soziale Marktwirtschaft. then, of course, there are the very important add-ons, sustainable, highly competitive, and all that. But the bulk of it, the pillars of it, are the social and the market. And one could find serious obstacles to the social acceptance of the single market in those days in segments of EU's activities which had neither the market nor the social in their denominations. For example, a huge point of dissatisfaction for the single market, viewed in a social perspective, was taxation, or rather the lack of coordination. I remember many discussions with Elisa and other members of the European Parliament over the years, the lack of coordination. So if you have a single market with increasing mobility of factors of production and of products, et cetera, and at the same time you have, because basically of the unanimity rule and therefore the veto power, a lack of tax coordination, you have a huge tax competition, which, however, is not symmetric in its operation because it goes against those tax bases which are little mobile, like labor and unskilled labor, whereas the largely mobile tax bases, companies, capital, can profit from the divergences in the single market. So that's why, to come to one of the aspects of the current Commission, also, I must say, thanks to global cooperation, the achievement last year at the OECD, but with the push of the European Commission very much, and Commissioner Gentiloni, on the minimum taxation agreement on multinationals, is of huge importance, because now, more and more, the single market promoting integration will be seen as not necessarily hostile to the interests of labor. Let me come to, perhaps to show that I've done my homework, I will pick up among the three challenges for cohesion policy that are outlined in the report, three categories of challenges that have been mentioned. I will single out one in each group without establishing hierarchies, which I personally, also on the basis of experience of acting in and observing the EU and its economy, would consider particularly crucial. Well, category of challenges number one is addressing new drivers of disparities, and then the report says by a number of actions, ensuring a fair transition, et cetera, et cetera. One which I, even though I am an economist by background, consider particularly important is the last one which is mentioned here, addressing pressure on democracy and its values. And it says territorial instruments to engage local actors in cities, towns, rural areas, coastal areas, and islands, and the partnership principle in cohesion policy can help address pressure on democracy by increasing ownership of European policies. This is vital, and I don't have to make concrete examples. Then the group of challenges number two was strengthening the role of regions in building Europe's future by a number of actions. And here I believe a very important one, they're all important, but a very important one is strengthening cross-border and interregional cooperation. And I must say that this is particular importance given what is perhaps one omission of Next Generation EU, because it finances national programs, but is not aimed at what is most important for European integration and European growth, that is the cross-border projects. And last, in the third group of challenges, developing the tools to deliver cohesion towards 2050 by, and here the by, which I regard as being particularly crucial, is enhancing complementarities with other EU policies. Because the current approach to synergies within the EU budget, which concentrates on inputs and financial flows, needs to be more focused on real policy complementarities, and it explains why. So, I can only wish sustained and continuous success on implementing these ideas, which, let me repeat once again, dealing with cohesion, we deserve a credit morally and politically because you work in favor of more equality, smaller divergences. But you deserve a credit also because you unlock more support for the elements of economic integration, depriving them of their obnoxious and negative side effects that many times they do have. But having deserved, I hope, my invitation bureaucratically in terms of having read the report, let me use the final moments of my intervention to say something a bit wider on this Commission and the economic and political challenges. As I said, I've observed very, very closely all the commissions. I believe we can say that the von der Leyen Commission, of which we have two eminent members here, has been probably the most vigorous since the inception of the European Union and community. And most crucial to me, it has been, and it is being, the best interpreter and implementer of one simple sentence of Jean Monnet, which we all know well, but which says, Europe will be forged by crisis or through crisis, and it will be the result of the solutions that will have been brought to these crises. If we go back with our mind and our heart blessed and bleeding because of Ukraine, if we go back to the origins of the European adventure, we must be admired by the logics of that construction, which grew out of a war, because the first of the crises in response to which the European integration was coming up was simply World War II. Well, what was the first objective? Was to prevent a new war among the regular, statistically speaking, promoters or participants to previous European wars. Hence, the destruction of national ownership of the instruments needed to make war, the coal and steel community. But then one could say, well, but couldn't those gentlemen, there were very few ladies at the time, could not they have thought that there might have been new wars in the future? Yes, they had thought of that. And the second step was, after the coal and steel, the Treaty on European Defense Community, precisely to build a common foreign and security policy. That was unfortunately turned down in France, a country which from time to time likes to show in many ways its existence and its important existence, and then normally finds the way to repair the damage done years later. And the National Assembly, not the French people on that occasion, but the National Assembly in Paris did not ratify that agreement. And it was after that huge defeat you can imagine for the Frenchman Jean Monnet that he said that marble sentence. Now, there were then, at that point of the construction of the EU, then we had the Treaty of Rome, we had the Treaty of Amsterdam, the Treaty of Lisbon, and so on and so forth. Each time with the pains associated to the birth of any new creature. But there were basically two unaccomplished or even unspoken of leftovers. One was the 1954 rejection in Paris of the defense community. We are now working on that, a few years later. And the other one is at the basis of any European action worth this name. In the Treaty of Rome, it is said, I'm sorry that I don't have the exact quote now, so in 57, that the EU activities will be financed through EU own resources, that the EU will find the way to levy from citizens, from companies, etc. We all know how that ended up, that apart from some import duties initially, then VAT, but the bulk of the EU's resources are now annual national contributions, which did not allow so far the EU to have a proper budget in terms of quantity needed and in terms of the mental and political actionability on those resources by the EU. So the EU continued to be slave of its shareholders, the member states. Now, why I praise genuinely so much the von der Leyen Commission, although its task is far from finished, because it has been able to turn these challenges, in the sense of Jean Monnet, into new responses. But what I appreciate most, maybe because I'm a purist of European integration, is that it has not responded to those challenges in any improvised way, as was done, for example, not many years ago, facing the crisis of refugees from Syria. A new ad hoc fund was built so that the budget of the EU, the finances of the EU, is a galaxy of different mini budgets, not in the control of the European Parliament, etc., etc., etc. What was, well, I must say, President von der Leyen was also very lucky, and we with her, because on the 20th, I guess, of February of 2020, in Brussels, the European Council took place, the last meeting before the eruption of the pandemic, and thanks God, And because of the veto power, sometimes it helps, they did not reach agreement on the budget for the next 7 years, which had been submitted by the excellent Juncker Commission just a few months earlier, but in another historical era. And the priorities set out by candidate President von der Leyen in front of the European Parliament about the digital transition, the green transition, etc., were not at all incorporated into that budget. So we would have been blocked with the great rigidity of budgetary things for a number of years. Luckily, that was not adopted. And again, another combination of huge political skill and luck, we had that lady, Ursula von der Leyen, at the helm of the European Commission, of a certain nationality, with excellent relationship with the head of government of that nation, mainly supported by the president of another important nation, which I have already mentioned. But here, let's pause for a moment. We have all, I think, most of all, long praised a method of selecting the president of the European Commission, which was entirely different from the one from which this commission has been issued. I'm not making comparisons at all. I'm just observing that the Spitzenkandidaten method was not, in the end, adopted in 2019. It would have been another person, not Mrs. von der Leyen, which I believe is performing remarkably well. And she has boldly come out with a federal budget. We can try to hide that, but we don't need to do that. Because now, all of a sudden, as Europhiles had preached for years, but they didn't dare ever to go beyond the euro area, whereas this is for 27, we have a budget of the EU with greater resources, the ability for the EU as such to go to the market, issue bonds, not to take up the legacy bonds of not very virtuous countries in the past, but to finance new European agreed expenditures and investment. And we even have new possibilities for own resources, so for the taxation. So you see a brutal emergency like a pandemic folded in the historical vision and cursus of European integration and used to create one very ordinary instrument, a budget. What can a state do without a budget? But for the first time, it was anathema before. And now, this is clearly the moment of the other leftover of defense. And the Ukraine emergency, I think, forces the Commission and the Council to be rather bold. I know that there are ideas also almost coming out of the decision-making flow, which had been conceived after the debacle of the Western powers leaving Kabul. Huge. We are now in a totally different perspective in terms of quality and quantity. And we see, by the way, let's take a consolation in this drama. The European Union is something that we normally don't like that much, but people who don't have it desperately would like to have it. And I end with the note that the Spitzenkandidaten method was very rightly, very genuinely conceived also to rapprocher, to bring closer the European institutions and the citizens. Now, these two dramas, pandemic and the way this Commission has responded, and this historical debacle occurring in Ukraine, are bringing European citizens much closer to European institutions. Our not so beloved by many of us sovereignist movements in our countries are receding. And all this, believe it or not, at the initiative of a commission which has not been formed with a method that was genuinely wished for in order to bring the EU closer to citizens and vice versa. So now it's the moment of, not only for me to shut up, but more importantly for the EU to deal very, very seriously with this issue of defense. And one after the other, and I've finished, we see that Europe is not there just to redistribute. Europe is there to meet the demand for European public goods, be they financial stability with a single currency, be they public health with the response to pandemic, be they security and defense. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you so much for those insights, for your wisdom, and therefore reminding us why we're all here, why all of this is so important. Thank you very much indeed. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've heard so many inspiring thoughts about what cohesion policy is for, why it matters, what the challenges are, and that point that Senator Monti was making there at the end about the remarkable achievement of this budget, this federal budget, as you say, call it what you will. Crucially, and we saw it through REACT-EU, the first instrument of that new budget. Question now, how do we make sure we use it as effectively as possible? What do we need to do to mind the gaps and tackle the traps? All those questions raised. We're going to delve into those in 3 plenary debate panels over the next day and a half. And we're also going to have some breakouts to go into some of those things in more detail. In our plenaries, we're going to talk in this first panel about the impact of COVID some more, how cohesion policy has responded and how it needs to continue to respond. And tomorrow, we're going to talk about the green and the digital transitions. In each case, we want to talk about the role that cohesion policy has played, is playing, and will play, should play, in responding to those uneven shocks and the impacts of these key transformations that we're undergoing, and the challenges ahead, and it's been said so eloquently by both commissioners, to manage these transformations in a socially fair and just way that leaves no one behind, and ensure that it really is a win-win, that all regions benefit from the enormous opportunities it offers. Our first panel debate is about cohesion and recovery, asymmetric shocks, asymmetric recovery, the impact of the crisis. Could I ask our panelists who are here with us in the room, please, to come and join me on the stage? In this session, as the impacts of COVID continue to unfold across the European Union, we're going to take stock of its effects on regional disparities. We're going to discuss, as I said, how cohesion policy has been responded, how it continue and can best support the recovery effort and help build a more resilient, competitive and future-proof Europe capable of delivering those transitions we'll focus on tomorrow. Delighted to welcome, to discuss this, Christa Sveng, President of the European Economic and Social Committee. Joining us online, we have Apostolos Tsitsikostas, who is President of the European Committee of the Region. Also joining us online, great to have with us Nadia Calvino, First Deputy Prime Minister of Spain. Here, back on stage, Natasha Tramershack, who is Minister of Regional Development and EU funds in Croatia, François Bonneau, President of the region Centre-Val-de-Loire in France, and Martin Sandbu, European economics commentator at the Financial Times. It was mentioned, Commissioner Ferreira said at the beginning, we're in your hands. We want to hear your expertise, your experience, your knowledge. So please do use our facility in order to share that knowledge. Ask your questions. You can also make brief comments. I only ask that they are genuinely very brief. If you are here in the room, you can do it the old-fashioned way. When I come out to the room, you can raise your hands and speak. Remember that, ladies and gentlemen, from 2 years ago? Or if you are online, you can go via slido.com, either scan the QR code or put in the hashtag Cohesion Forum and select the session that we're in, this one, Cohesion and Recovery. Really helps me if you put your name and organization if you're writing your question. And please be brief and please be specific to the session if you can. So as I said earlier, focusing in this one on COVID. Tomorrow we'll delve in more detail into the green and digital transformations. I've asked our panel to make brief opening remarks, and forgive me panel, I'm going to be quite tough so we have time for discussion, and then I will have some questions for you all, and I hope our audience will too. But Christa Sveng, Madam President, kick us off if you would, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Commissioner Ferreira for the invitation to join you today. For me, it's really a great pleasure to take part in this important debate. The ESC, the European Economic and Social Committee, expresses the joint views of employers, workers and civil society at large in most of EU areas, including, of course, cohesion policy. Our opinions have a particular added value. The fact that they provide, that they are based on consensus allows, of course, decision makers to really have a solid base if they take decisions. Consensus and unity in action are indeed much needed in these hard times when all the efforts to ensure economic, social and territorial cohesion at the European level were challenged not only by the pandemic, but now by this terrible war that we experience in Ukraine. We at the European Economic and Social Committee, we strongly condemned the unjustified invasion of the Ukraine, and we are calling to turn solidarity into action at all levels. And this war, yet again, is a huge asymmetric shock for the European Union after the one that has been caused by the pandemic. The whole EU will be affected by the situation, and it might bring new territorial disparities, difficulties for EU businesses, and a certain demographic change, given that almost 3 million Ukrainians have fled to the EU. The ESC fully supports the CARE initiative, the Cohesion's Action for Refugees in Europe. Indeed, it's exactly what we need. We need to care for these people. They have been forced to leave their homes, and they need our support. It is, of course, a must to welcome them decently. And in that sense, civil society organizations have a pivotal role to play. They're active from day one on the ground, providing humanitarian assistance to Ukrainians. And moreover, social partners will have to play a key role when we talk about skills, when we talk about inclusion in our labor markets. And we fully support, of course, and we are happy that exactly this CARE program was yesterday endorsed by the Council. And we need to make sure that all these tools that we have to finance the measures to support Ukraine and to alleviate this war's impact on EU's people and businesses. And our public investment through the funds from the new programming period and the Recovery and Resilience facility must help to absorb the economic, social and economic effects. Also, the REACT-EU, which the ESC has strongly supported, has contributed effectively to fostering the digital and green transitions and to deal also with the consequences of COVID-19. Some elements are important in our view. First, cohesion must help the EU to become more prosperous, digital, sustainable, and inclusive. And we need to develop our preparedness and ability to react to further challenges. We need simplification, we need flexibility in implementing these funds because otherwise they wouldn't work. And we need also to ensure coherence and synergies between the cohesion funds and the Next Generation EU. Both instruments are needed at the same time and with the same intensity. And what we also would like to see is to expand the just transition mechanism. For that, we are already working on an opinion on that, which will be adopted in the next month.
Thank you. Briefly, if you would now, Krista.
And last but not least, I would like to salute and mention the partnership principle to be applied in cohesion policy. We would have liked to be that more implemented also in the Recovery and Resilience Facility. We are also working on monitoring how organized civil society is doing and consulted when implementing the RRF programs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And lots to come back on. And as you say, when you're talking about the impact of Ukraine, also that, an uneven and asymmetric shock in terms of what will need to be done to support the humanitarian effort across Europe. Lots to come back to in our discussion. Going to turn now to Apostolos Tsikostas, President of the Committee of the Regions, for some opening thoughts. Welcome, albeit remotely. Good to have you with us. Over to you.
Thank you very much, dear commissioners, ministers, president of the Economic and Social Committee, dear colleagues. The fundamental values of our union have come under attack by this deplorable, violent act of war which was pursued by Putin against Ukraine. And the war has triggered already a humanitarian crisis. This humanitarian crisis is a shadow of uncertainty has been cast over global stability and recovery. Today, peace, solidarity, freedom, rule of law, democracy can no longer be taken for granted. And they must be embraced, defended, and promoted by all of us. So today, the discussion about cohesion is therefore about the very essence of our union, because cohesion policy is not only about European money, it is the most concrete instrument of solidarity that puts the European Union at work for those who need help, to address emergencies, and of course to boost structural change. Fast-tracking EU structural funds during the pandemic allowed regional and local leaders, as you rightfully said at the beginning, to better protect citizens and local economy. Today, fast-track cohesion funds allows our regions, our cities and villages to better welcome Ukraine refugees. And I would really like to warmly thank Commissioner Ferreira for her key role in supporting these efforts, both now with the refugee crisis and during the corona crisis. We have seen that cohesion policy is there to protect people during emergencies and to support longer-term transformations, such as the digital and green transitions. Flexibility is not in contradiction with the very objectives of cohesion. There is no structural change, if I may say. There is no resilience, no fair transition to a more sustainable Europe if, together, we don't address the unequal impact of emergencies, if we don't connect our reaction to longer-term strategies and goals. Cohesion policy proved capable to accelerate the green and digital transition on the ground, but also to support our response to crisis. The last cohesion report demonstrates how significant cohesion is for Europe. It also tells us that to reduce disparities, to boost sustainability, and to face unexpected emergencies, we need all EU policies to support cohesion and take into account their asymmetric territorial impact. This bottom-up approach cannot be limited only to cohesion policy, of course. We need a more inclusive governance for all recovery investment instruments, for innovation, research, agriculture. Cohesion policy cannot be left alone to answer diverse local needs and to coordinate, if you want, the European Union, national, regional, and local actors on shared goals. we needed to expand the application of the partnership principle in other policy areas, starting with the Recovery and Resilience Facility and the Common Agricultural Policy. In order to address emergencies and longer-term challenges, we can rely on important funding still available under 2014-2020 cohesion policy programs, which must be completed by 2023, of course. Those emergencies and those challenges ranging from refugee assistance to decentralized energy production and resilience are definitely be taken into account in the shaping of the new programs 21-27, a work that is becoming even more complex but must be finalized over the next few months. And furthermore, the critical situation created by a pandemic that is not over and a war at Europe's border requires an even stronger coordination of our efforts. So in this sense, we need to do more for ensuring that cohesion policy and the Recovery and Resilience Facility complement each other. We also need to use smart specialization, bringing together universities, businesses, civil society, in all EU programs that would support innovation ecosystems and, of course, address the innovation divide.
Thank you.
We know that to face such unprecedented challenges, we can rely on an unprecedented volume of investment. But this is not enough, you know. What we need today, more than any other time, is citizens' full participation. Because otherwise, citizens' frustration will increase if we, the European Union, national, regional, and local authorities, are not able to effectively deliver public investment.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Yes, I'm ending. Finally, I wish to thank all the partners of the Cohesion Alliance that we have created. Even in this delicate phase, we are determined to contribute to promoting the full implementation of cohesion policy and to shaping its role beyond 2027. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Apostolos. Very interesting. Lots to come back to. You too, underlining, as Krista Sveng did there as well, this partnership principle, this inclusiveness. Talk about how we can build that even more in this programming period, perhaps. And this issue of complementarity, of coherence between long-term funds, short-term assistance. Lots to come back to in the discussion. Nadia Calvino, as I said, first Deputy Prime Minister of Spain, your opening thoughts. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Jackie, and thank you very much to Elisa Ferreira, obviously, for inviting me to participate in this very important session. Also, thank you very much to Senator Monti for sharing with us his very valuable insights, I think, about current challenges, about the lessons from history. Very, very timely, this event, I think, because as some colleagues have said, we're right now under attack, and it is not only about security and our borders, it is also an attack on our values, our principles. And cohesion policy is one of the elements at the heart of solidarity within the EU, and therefore underlying the European project. Four very brief introductory reflections from my side. First, European cohesion policy has been one of the key drivers of history in Spain in the second half of the 20th century. Thanks to the transfer of EU funds from the European budget, the country was able to undertake an unprecedented investment program, reinforcing physical, digital, social infrastructures. And I think this is a key feature that we should be always going back to, because it shows how important this is in terms of not only prosperity, but also justice, equality, and also political inclusion, an element that was brought up by Monti, which I think is very relevant. Second thought, the world has changed enormously since cohesion policy was first designed and implemented, but one thing always remains, and it is Jean Monnet's words about Europe being built on the basis of crisis. Actually, in the last years, and under the von der Leyen Commission, which I very much agree has been doing a magnificent job, we have been forced to face a pandemic, now obviously the war. In the case of Spain, in between, we also had a volcano eruption. So I can say these last years have provided us with many watershed moments, which are really changing the way European instruments are being implemented. And we have seen how cohesion policy has been a flexible instrument that has adjusted to the needs and has enabled us to have funding to respond to the pandemic, now to welcome the refugees. So I think it has proven to be an instrument that is not an instrument of the past, but actually a very, very important instrument also today and going forward. Third point, on the recovery plans, on the recovery and resilience facility. In the case of Spain, our recovery plan has 4 axes: green, digital, social and territorial cohesion, and gender equality. And I really think these 4 axes are interconnected if we want to have inclusive and sustainable growth from the economic and financial point of view, but also from the social and environmental points of view. And this is a common element of all the European agendas that needs to be well integrated. And fourth and final thought is this one precisely. We are living these historical watershed moments which are driving change and developing and deepening European integration in areas such as health, the EU budget, fiscal policy, defense. I think it is essential that we take right now the right decisions and continue to improve the functioning and the coordination of all these different instruments if we want the European project to continue to deliver on its promises for European citizens. Spain is a very good example at heart. European population is strongly, Spanish population is strongly pro-European. Spanish citizens know very well what cohesion policy has delivered to our country. And I am quite convinced that we are right now making the right decisions in order to ensure that Europe continues to deliver on that expectation, continues to deliver on prosperity, but also on the values that are driving us, which at the end of the day are the real essence of the EU. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And as you say, how to make sure you deliver on both the prosperity and the values. Lots more to come back to in our discussion. I'm delighted now to give the floor to Natasha Tramershack, who is, as I said, Minister of Regional Development and EU Funds in Croatia. Your opening thoughts, please.
Thank you, dear Ms. Ferreira, dear Ms. Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. It is my great pleasure to be here today with you and to discuss this important theme, the importance of cohesion policy. I think that we are all witnesses that the cohesion policy, not only that it can be the changer of our political, sociological, economical societies, also in these challenging times, it showed that it can be a true game changer. It can act swiftly, quickly, and to answer all the needs that we have as member countries of the European Union. What can be said about the pandemics, the first crisis that we experienced, and the initiative in the European Union, our CRE initiatives, that we all very much welcomed. It helped us move more quickly through our previous programming period. It helped us to achieve quick and important assets to help our SMEs to keep their jobs, to keep the economics still growing. Also, I think it is important to reflect on the 8th report on cohesion that showed us that even though the cohesion policy is developing the less developed regions, they are growing, they are boosting, but also the regional disparities still remains. In the new programming period, as we expect to start as soon as possible, can give us a chance now to be more efficient in tackling all of the challenges that all of the region has in the European Union. If we want for the countries in the Union and the regions to act in maybe similar speed in their growth, then we have to accept the challenges that each of them has. We have to expect for all of them to have some different views, to have some different starting points. And this is important also to discuss maybe today, all of us here that are maybe, how to say, the stakeholders, because all of us here are the stakeholders of the cohesion policy.
Absolutely. Thank you very much indeed, Minister. We'll come back on that in a little while too. Françoise Bruno, who, as I said, President of the Région Centre-Val de Loire in France. Very good to have you with us, sir. Over to you.
Merci beaucoup, grand plaisir. Merci Madame la Commissaire. Grand plaisir de vous retrouver et de porter ici, dans la suite de votre propos, la voix des régions par rapport à cette politique de cohésion. Tout d'abord, saluer le bilan. Il est comme tous les bilans, positif par le progrès qu'il marque et finalement une obligation de poursuivre, d'aller plus loin parce qu'il y a encore des marges à faire. Et quand il s'agit de cohésion, je veux saluer le propos de Mario Monti. Il ne s'agit pas de dire que nous allons boucher les trous de la route sans penser demain. Il s'agit de faire en sorte que pour les territoires qui connaissent des difficultés ou un rythme de croissance insuffisant, comme pour l'ensemble des territoires, il faut engager, grâce aux politiques de cohésion, des politiques du futur. C'est en regardant la ligne d'horizon qu'on arrive à créer l'égalité, l'équité entre les territoires et pas simplement en cherchant à recréer des conditions d'égalité formelle à l'instant où nous parlons. Les régions sont très attachées à cette politique de cohésion. Nous souhaitons bien évidemment qu'elle reste, Madame la Commissaire, au cœur des politiques de la région, avec les budgets toujours les plus élevés possibles. Parce que notre Europe, qui montre aujourd'hui à la fois ses ambitions, mais comme toujours ses fragilités, notre Europe a besoin de tous ces territoires.
It is fragile as well. Europe needs all of its areas, all of its regions in terms of human resources. As we can see today, it needs all of its regions in order to trade, in order to create, and in order to develop future technologies as well. Europe needs to show the way and face the digital challenge, the environmental transition and demographic transition. And why are the regions in France and generally in Europe very happy to take part in this forum? Well, it's because we think that through the regions it will be possible to bring the value of Europe to the citizens and to think about economic development, educational systems at a grassroots level where we hear feedback about what is being achieved. So we are fully committed to managing the European funds. We want to be able to go further tomorrow. We need to have clarification about all of this. We want to be responsible, we want to manage this, and we want to move in the direction of unity, as the other speakers have said. We think that the ambitions of Europe and the regions are vital if we are to create competitiveness, fairness, solidarity, and if we are to reinforce the basic fundamental values of Europe. Yes, today, through what I'm saying to you, I hope it's clear that the regions really uphold the European ideal, and we want to construct together this Europe for tomorrow.
As you say, that absolutely central role, and the key question now, how to make sure that in this programming period, cohesion policy can help you to do that as effectively as possible, building that competitive and future-proof Europe. Complete the picture for us, if you would. Martin Sandbu, European economics commentator at the Financial Times. Great to have you with us, Martin.
Thank you. It's wonderful to be here. Thanks for having me, and I'll try to complement. So many good thoughts have already been offered. I'd like to reflect a little bit on the title of the panel. Asymmetric shocks, asymmetric recovery, impact of the crisis. I think it's worth just remembering what sort of asymmetry we're talking about. We're talking about territorial asymmetry, asymmetry of place, different places doing differentially, some doing worse than others, so that not every place belongs. That is the challenge. That's what cohesion policy is there for. But it's something that needs to be focused on much more broadly than just cohesion policy. Asymmetric shocks are shocks that hit different places differently. And of course, when our organizers put together this panel, the crisis they had in mind was COVID, which was an asymmetric shock. It hit different places differently. But we are now in another crisis, and while, of course, the worst impact here is on the people of Ukraine from Vladimir Putin's illegal invasion of the country, let us also think about how it's an asymmetric shock for the EU. The burden of receiving and welcoming refugees and integrating them into local labor markets and societies falls differently on different places. The impact of higher energy prices will fall differently on different places. And I suspect that the food crisis we're about to see this year, high food prices, will also hit different places differently, including inside the EU. So we've had asymmetric shocks. The asymmetric shocks just keep coming. The asymmetric shocks come on top of what I would call asymmetric trends, and it's what many of you have been talking about already today. For about the last 40 years, we've had these trends of different places doing, some places doing well, others doing badly. In the latest cohesion report, the one fact that I want to draw out is this observation that at an average level, we've had convergence between the member states of the EU, in terms of national averages, but within countries, the convergence machine hasn't worked so well. So it works for countries, it doesn't work nearly as well within countries. And this is not just a European problem, it's nothing to blame on cohesion policy, which has compensated somewhat for that, but nowhere near enough, I don't think. I think congratulations on 5% extra GDP. We need to be much more ambitious than that. We see the same, of course, in the US and in most advanced economies. So this is a trend that's been going on, and it's one that's going to keep going on. I'll just leave it to the other panels to talk about the green and digital transition, but it's very clear that there's a risk there of that hitting different places asymmetrically, if only because of the change in energy structures, for example. So what we need then, given that picture of continuing asymmetric shocks on top of continuing and new asymmetric trends, is asymmetric policies, but policies that are consciously asymmetric in that they help to combat this, this divergence that is really what we're up against. The natural state of affairs, unfortunately, in our economy is one of divergence. That's what we have to try to correct. Correct doesn't just mean redistributing incomes. The ambition for cohesion policy or other policies is not just to compensate for income inequalities. It's to increase the productivity of the places that lag behind. Also, the ambition cannot simply be to resist or try to hold on to things of the past, what was good in the past, resist change. No, it has to be, I think, in line of what François was just saying, it has to be embrace the future. It has to be to embrace change. And that sometimes means painfully leaving things behind, leaving some traditions behind, because if we're going to really cohere, converge, the sort of things that work in the capital cities, the new cutting-edge technologies, the businesses of the future, we have to find ways for those businesses to thrive in every part of Europe and in every part of every country, also the more remote ones that have suffered over the last couple of decades. I finish by just making the point that Commissioner Ferreira made at the beginning. That's not just a job of cohesion policy, but of every policy. And I think we're in a better place politically than we've been in a long time. We realized that COVID was an asymmetric shock and acted impressively to do it with the Recovery and Resilience Fund, and Nadia was one of the driving forces behind this. I hope she will speak more about that. We have to do more of that on other policies. Let me just say the example, the Stability and Growth Pact.
Thank you very much indeed. And that question of you said, those asymmetric shocks that keep on coming. And my question really is, you've all talked about the cohesion report, and we see this mixed picture. And Commissioner Ferreira alluded to it at the beginning. Yes, some great catching up, particularly in Eastern Europe, but we see in middle-income countries some stagnating, that development trap that she urged us to make sure we avoid. And I'm wondering for each of you, and Nadia Calvino, perhaps I could come to you first in this. As you look at that mixed picture and that fragility that Francois Bonneau talked about, the fragility of the cohesion we've achieved. What for you is the biggest lesson? What do we need to do to make sure that we deal with the new disparities that COVID we've heard about, has risen up, and that we make sure the uneven impact of all these shocks, we address it most effectively? A thought from Nadia, and then, if I could, from Apostolos, and then I'll come back to our panel on stage. You're muted, I'm afraid, Nadia. The eternal words of the COVID era.
Yes, I have unmuted, so
yep,
it must
I can
be
hear
there.
you now. Thank you so much. Yep, thank you.
No, two reflections on my side, and I'm also following up a bit of what Martin was just saying on the asymmetrical impact. I was just reflecting on these two crises we have lived, have hit countries and regions in so different manners. The pandemic hit, for example, Spain more than other countries due to the exposure to those sectors that had to be stopped, tourism, and so it hit parts like the islands, more than the rest of the country and the rest of Europe. Whereas now it is the eastern border that it hit more directly. And I think that now, like then, the right reply is one of unity, determination, solidarity. And I am very happy that in the response to the first crisis, the fiscal approach was one of creating the Recovery and Resilience Facility, the Next Generation EU Fund, adjusting structural funds, and translating these ideas of unity, determination, and solidarity in a real financial support to those regions that were more directly hit. And I think that now, again, all of us are showing the same determination and solidarity to support our partnering countries. And my second thought would be this one. I think that the best lesson is one of realizing we're all on the same boat, now more than ever. And so there cannot be an approach of winners and losers. If there is a moment when juste retour just doesn't make any sense, it is now, I think. And the second one is change. Flexibility will be of the essence, because we will need to adjust and respond in a world which is less predictable, much more unstable, volatile, and uncertain than probably what we have lived in past decades. And the EU has to then, change gear and change governance to be able to stand up to these challenges.
Thank you. And Apostolos Tsikostas, on that point about all in the same boat, it has been said we're in the same storm, but the boats are different, the unevenness of the impacts that we're talking about. But I just really wanted to get your thoughts in terms of how do we make sure now that we really are prepared. I think Krista Schweng said in her opening remarks, preparedness to deal with these shocks in the future, and to make sure that we are ready, whatever they may be, the next one that comes along, and frankly, who knows these days what it will be, that we're ready to do it. Do you think we are learning the lessons of that very successful response to COVID, but for the future and to be better prepared?
Yes, we are. Yes, indeed. We are learning from our lessons. And to be honest with you, I really believe that the European Union is getting stronger and stronger after all these crises that we have dealt with. We have been dealing with crises for the past couple of years, from the migration crisis, the financial crisis before, the coronavirus crisis, and now the war, of course, that we have at our borders. But you see that every time the European Union is getting better and better, more cohesive, more united, with better responses and better results on the ground for the citizens. But of course, we have to say that indeed we are all united, we are all together, but we are all different. And we need to see all these differences that we have, see the comparative advantages that one can bring to the other. And of course, this is where exactly the cohesion funds come in, because and the role of regions, if I may add, and of cities, because we are the actors, regions and cities, not only who have the most proximity with the citizens and their real needs, but also we are the actors who can play the interlocutor between the European Union and the ground. And to be honest with you, by involving regions and cities in the implementation, but also in the design of most of the programs, cohesion programs, we can be of real help because we can see exactly what the needs for each region, what the comparative advantages, what the strengths are, and use them accordingly in these European cohesion funds. So I will tell you that yes, we are much wiser from the past, but we still have a long way to go, and this new era for Europe needs to bring the regions and the cities in the front line. Why? Not for the regions and the cities, but for the citizens. Because the European Union at the end will be the one who will gain a lot if regions and cities are supported more adequately, with more funding, and most importantly, to be a part of the decision-making mechanism of the European Union. Because by bringing regions and cities into the decision-making process of Europe, you bring citizens inside. And then we stop and start not having this frustration that citizens have about being left out of this process. They will understand, and everyone will understand, and at the end we will have a very specific result when it comes to tackling the real issues of citizens on the ground.
Thank you. And I'm wondering if also connected to this and going back to Commissioner Ferreira's opening speech when she talked about debunking myths. And one of the myths, she says, well, that this is a policy just for the poorest countries, helping citizens to understand when they come from the higher income member states, why this is of benefit to everyone. I wonder whether that is something that you, given COVID, which has hit us all, as Nadia Calvino said, what lessons do we draw? Françoise Bonneau, for you, the key lesson of the effectiveness of the cohesion policy response to COVID that we've heard about, but the lessons for the future to be ready and indeed to deal with what we now face in Ukraine.
First of all, I think we need to welcome Europe's action in the face of this crisis. They have released large sums of money for member states, for regional authorities. What I'm saying might seem to be self-evident, but this made it possible to buy masks and to have distance teaching methods so students could stay in touch with their schools. And this is important for cohesion. This has made it possible to have links between economic chains which were working well, but which would have been destroyed if we hadn't had this assistance. So this reactivity, this action is vital. And the second lesson I'd learn is that the local regions which are part of the solution need to be at the heart of cooperation work with Europe so that they can define what needs to be built. Cohesion has had the spotlight shone on it as a result of the crisis. Before we thought about less and more developed regions. Now cohesion does cover that, that's essential, but within a region, within an area, between a city and outlying areas, we think about support for professions which are trying to take their position in tomorrow's economy.
Indeed, if you want to come in terms of a key lesson and how we will apply that to make sure that in the future cohesion policy can keep delivering on these asymmetric shocks, which, as Martin said, just keep coming. Krista, a thought from you on that. And I want to come after that to the question of investments, and I'll also come out to the room. Don't forget, slido.com, ladies and gentlemen, if you're online and you want to ask a question or make a comment. Krista.
Thank you. Well, first of all, we have already heard it several times today. What the EU always did is growing by crisis. So every time we had a crisis, we came out stronger. And I think we've seen it with the pandemic. We've seen it with the joint development of vaccination. We've seen all that, and this is really something where we can be really proud of as Europeans. And I think this is important. At the same time, we were experiencing all the same shocks and all the same challenges that had to be met. Just mentioning homeschooling, I'm mentioning people working at distance, discovering the necessity of have good internet connections, and seeing there the need also for investment immediately. But not only that, we also saw the need for development, for the development of competences. And I think this is something, and this is the place where it's useful to have social partners, organized civil society included, because they know best on the ground what is needed in the labor market. And therefore, we think it's really important to be there and to be part of that lesson.
So that partnership approach that really is at the cornerstone of this policy for you, and you've all underlined it, absolutely central. Minister, for you, the key lesson you draw and how we apply that to deal with these uneven shocks, bumps, challenges, call them what you will.
Yes, I can be an example of Croatia while using the first financial envelope of the structural funds. And the lessons that we learned is that the more territorial and partnership approach is needed in the next financial period. While using all of the tools of the cohesion policy, there were some maybe lessons still to be learned throughout these 7 or 8 years of using this policy instrument. As a cohesion policy can be a strong building block for all of the regions and for the investments, not just to be as spending the money in some of the basics infrastructure, but what will the infrastructure be served of, how it will gain stability for the whole country. And what happened to Croatia is after these 7 or 8 years that now we are aware that the most of the available funding was going to the most developed regions. Not so much to the regions in the country that were less developed. This is something to be changed in the next period. The country was divided into two regions in the previous period. This has been changed. It's very important. It's important for the small, medium companies that are trying to invest in these less developed regions, still missing the basic infrastructure. Now, while changing this approach, we will give them the new opportunity. I think that also the pandemic has taught us a lot about how to respond more and how to utilize more of the available funds also for the small and medium enterprises. Also, the emphasis is on this partnership, not just the partnership between the institutions, between the country and between the European institutions, but also for the partnerships in the country, regions, local regional development agencies or counties, but also with the science institutions and the companies.
Thank you.
This is important.
Martin, could I just come back on what Commissioner Ferreira was talking about at the beginning when she talked about minding the gaps and tackle the traps? And she talked about this trap of middle-income countries, and you pointed to it too. We've seen some areas where cohesion policy is really delivering, but we've seen other areas where performance is stagnating, and it seems to be linked to innovation performance. That seems to be the key factor. How do we deal with that?
Well, I think this is why I tried to say earlier on that we kind of have the deck stacked against us. It's, you know, cohesion policy and regional convergence is hard because the way the economy, modern economies have developed from industry to high-value services, it doesn't really make for convergence. It makes for divergence. It's great for capital cities where you have lots of young, bright, highly educated people doing well-paid jobs. And they all want to be there, and they all move there if they have the talent. I mean, I'm caricaturing, but we see this everywhere. That's what we're up against, right? So the middle-income trap is a concept that comes from development economics, talking about middle-income countries. I think it's true even inside of countries that there's a certain, you know, you can get this far by, you know, getting a factory that will supply the German car industry, but maybe not further. Because economic growth after that depends on high-skilled, high-productivity jobs, not employing a lot of people along an assembly line. And this is what I was hinting at before, that, you know, we need to be a bit careful and avoid nostalgia.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of nostalgia in places that have been left behind, understandably enough. But nostalgia is no solution. So avoiding that sort of middle-income trap strategy means that we have to really, in a sense, we have to be even more ambitious. Right? We have to want a lot of places that are struggling to be able not just to kind of move up a bit again, but to really be as attractive to the best sorts of jobs as capital cities are. I know that may sound far-fetched, but I think that's where our ambition has to be, and I think it's possible.
Thanks. If we could bring the lights up a bit, I just want to see if there's anyone in the room who wants to come in. And I want to come back, panel, in a moment to the question of what investments do we need and how do we get these synergies, this coherence going. There are some questions online. Does anybody in the room have a question? If you do, we'll bring a mic to you. I don't see a raised hand at the moment. Let me read out a few that are coming in from our online audience. Christina Larsson from Region Stockholm says, how do we get uniformity in the partnership principle? Will it be evaluated? How has it been adopted, implemented, interpreted by different member states? I don't know whether anyone can shed light on that. A comment really from Sari Rautio, who says, subsidiarity is one of the basic elements of the European Union. Perhaps this is a possibility to make it flourish again. Cities and regions have different strengths and needs, and we keep talking about the importance, the richness, and that is why the way cohesion policy is managed is precisely to reflect that diversity. And David Posenta says, shouldn't we exclude green investments financed by cohesion policy from the deficit procedure of the Stability and Growth Pact? You alluded to it earlier. What about a green golden rule? So thoughts, questions coming in. And sort of, I don't know whether anyone wants to particularly react on that, but on the question of investment, maybe we'll start there with David Posenta, because talking about green investments, for each of you, when we look at the long-term recovery, and we try to combine dealing with the short terms of impacts of COVID with that long-term, with the green, the digital ambitions, where do you think investments are needed most? And what for you is the key? And Minister, perhaps come to you this time first. The key to bringing together the synergies between those long-term investment plans, cohesion policy being a long-term tool, and those short-term reacting, REAU, all the instruments we've seen, the support package that was first launched. How do we bring that together to make sure we respond both to the short and the long-term? Minister, where's the money needed most? And can we bring them together? And do we need a green rule for investment, do you think?
Yes, maybe from my point of view, most of the funds should be available to the industrial transitions of the regions. We know that they will bear all of the efforts in order for us to be more resilient, more greener, more smarter. Everything is up to the industry. What we need is to help them to achieve the goals that we asked for them to achieve, the availability of the funds for them. Strong political aims, strong, crucial impacts of what we want to achieve, but also to make them this hand of availability to help them be more faster in these challenges and in this transition. What we want to do in Croatia also throughout the smart specialization strategies, not just to have this on the national level, but also on the regional level. It is important because different regions have different needs, different resources, and building upon their own resources in the same region to continue building on the brands that they might have, helping them to achieve regional value chains, and for also trying to make after the regional value chains in the country, maybe interregional between the countries in the European Union, and also to have in mind that it is important not just for the countries but for the whole European Union to keep the sovereignty in production, especially food production.
Thank you.
I think that the times are coming for us to be aware of that.
François Bonneau, in terms of where the money is needed most, where it should be focused, and also in terms of these synergies, I mean, REACT-EU is supposed to act as that bridge, the gap between the long and the short term. What for you is the key to getting the coordination, the complementarity, coherence, so that all of this money is used to deliver maximum impact?
Tout d'abord,
Well, first of all, we could say that in React EU, like in other programs in the future, the place of green investments is 30% maximum, which is devoted to this huge transition. And you're right, in the industrial sector in particular. So could this really be an opportunity for regions to create cohesion? Well, I think yes, but there are certain conditions that need to be fulfilled. Well, definitely in terms of training and skills, that's a key area. The proposals which have been made show that soon we'll have 10% fewer people working. And in a number of regions in Europe, we really have a skills crisis. So to be able to tackle the crises of tomorrow, then we need to focus on qualifications and on skills. The second challenge, which could also create cohesion among regions and harmony among different regions, it's the area of innovation. This is something which can be done at the national level, but it could also be carried out at regional level. We need to have research and development programs which could be inter-regional, especially across Europe. This is already the case in a number of areas, and we need to take this a step further.
Krista, for you, where's the money needed most, and how do we ensure those synergies?
Well, I entirely endorse what has been said. What we need is really investment in skills. We are faced with the old challenge. Now it's although it's not even an old challenge, the twin transition to green and digital economies. But where are the skills? Where are the people who can live up to to live that transition? And I think this is here where we need to invest money. This is here where we need to seek people. This is here where we need desperately migration also in order to cope with that, because enterprises wouldn't be able to deliver these twin transitions without the people, without the necessary skills to have them. So for me, this is absolutely crucial.
Central. Thank you. Apostolos, for you, would you agree with this emphasis that's being put on skills? Would you highlight other areas where the investments are most needed? And the key to this joined-up thinking, I keep pressing you on it, how do we make sure that we get the synergies, that we use the RFF, the Recovery and Resilience Facility money, the Multi-Annual Financial Framework money, that it all works together and we exploit those synergies?
This is actually a very, very good question. And we, the European Committee of Regions, have an answer to this. We believe that this is exactly the reason why regions and cities need to be more involved into the design and the implementation of these programs, because not only do we know exactly the needs of citizens and the real problems of each region, but also because we believe that we can combine and make these programs to be the one supportive to the other and not one against the other. So in my opinion, what we need to do today is synergies. Synergies in all levels, European, national, regional, and local. And to be very frank with you, this is why our committee and DG Regio has launched a joint action plan to monitor cohesion implementation, identify bottlenecks, and support fund managers on the ground. This is why we also launched a new project with the JRC and the Commission on Smart Specialization. The same awareness is guiding us in as well as in deepening the common work with the European Parliament, the EU Council presidencies on cohesion and resilience. So in other words, we need to work together. Everyone, all the actors need to know what they need to support and which area they need to work on. But at the end of the day, we all need to be working together. And this is why I want again to congratulate Elisa Ferreira. I would admit to you that we are very lucky as Europeans to, in these difficult times, to have this specific commissioner responsible for the cohesion policy.
Thank you very much indeed. Nadia Calvino, I mean, we talk a lot about synergies. It's a coherence, coordination, impact, maximizing impact. It is easier to say than it is to do. What for you is the key here to making sure we use all these instruments coherently, and where would you focus the money?
Yes, I think that actually, can you hear me?
Yep, perfectly.
So I think that we actually got the Recovery and Resilience Facility quite right when we said a high percentage has to go to the green transition and also to the digital transformation. Since others have spoken about green, I would like to stress that probably digital transformation investment is really matching short-term needs and long-term objectives. And we need to invest in infrastructure and technology, in the economic tissue, and in people. I very much agree that digital skills are absolutely essential if we want the young and especially also women and the most vulnerable citizens to have access to the jobs of the future, to the public services of the future, to the society that is being built, whether we like it or not, and that has accelerated exponentially as a consequence of the pandemic. But my second point would be to stress that we also need to invest in our strategic resilience, our strategic autonomy, with projects such as the ones that are being driven by the EU on semiconductors, but also electric and connected cars, renewables, green hydrogen and storage, the circular economy, the agro-food industry. I think that these cybersecurity, we need to identify these strategic priorities and then invest in a coordinated manner in order to reinforce the resilience of the EU. And then finally, how to make this match and how to reach those synergies. I think a key word is flexibility. I already said it. It is through the ability to adjust fast that we will be able to make all these instruments row in the same direction and achieve the objectives we have in the short, medium and long run.
Thank you. And I just want to put to you and then also to Martin this suggestion from our audience about what about a green golden rule? Should we exclude green investments financed by cohesion policy from the deficit procedure of the Stability and Growth Pact? A quick thought, if you would. It's not one for a quick thought, really, but...
I had avoided replying no, but this is brought up in each and every of our meetings in the Eurogroup, in the ECOFIN, and the green is a case at hand. I would also argue for digital, obviously. Some other countries argue for defense expenditure. In the past, other countries argued for education. So I think this is a very relevant discussion, one that goes beyond fiscal rules. Yeah. It is more of a political dimension and a vision for Europe in the future. But whatever we do and whatever the solution is, our fiscal rules need to enable the EU invest in its resilience and strategic autonomy going forward. I think this is a clear lesson that we will need to find a way to sort out in the upcoming months and in the different discussions.
Thank you, and sorry to put you on the spot on that thorny question. A reaction, Martin, from you on that point, but also Alison Hunter asked, the EU's new growth model is not addressing underlying disparities. The new urgency of energy transition, she says, means best in class will benefit most. How to avoid this? So this issue, and we'll come back to it in the green transition discussion tomorrow, of the risk of creating new disparities is enormous as we move forward. How do we avoid that?
Yeah, I'll follow up on what Nadia was saying, because I think how to make these things coherent over time, how to match up the short term and the long term and so on, is the solution isn't really technical or even institutional, but political. Right? So the other thing that the EU got right in the Recovery and Resilience Facility was that and the other instruments that were put in place at the same time, it made all the national capitals feel, okay, it's safe to start to put money into these investments. We're not going to be slapped with an excessive deficit procedure or worse, or some sovereign bond crisis a year down the line. And, we should remember the trauma from 10 years ago. It's not just that we need to invest for the future. We have 10, 15 years of underinvestment to catch up with. I mean, there's a lot of investment that's needed. So, how you do this technically and institutionally in the Stability and Growth Pact, the green golden rule idea is a good idea, it's sensible, but of course it's not just green, It's digital, it's skills. I mean, they don't count as investment in a national accounting framework, technically, but they are clearly important. So, once you start listing all these things, it starts to look a bit incoherent. You get contributing states saying, well, this is just going to be used to game the rules and so on. So what you really need is some system of trust that we can identify the sort of spending that's actually good for fiscal responsibility because it creates sustainable growth. Now, you don't do that with a simple rule. You probably don't do that with a sort of list of types of investment. Maybe you do something a little bit like what's been explored in Next Gen EU and the recovery plans, where there's this sort of back and forth and a shared ownership between what spending is okay. We want people to invest in the things that benefit other countries, like energy interconnectors, gas and electricity interconnectors. So there are clearly things that we should all be able to agree we need, and then create the political confidence for all levels,
But
local,
also,
national, and EU.
I'm hearing, so that key, one of those key elements, particularly in the new policy, of flexibility and being able to use funds in a coherent way and move funds and use them together. Francois, for you, can I just come back on that point? How important for you as a region is this flexibility, this increased flexibility that you have? And just, I don't know whether you can pick up on the partnership principle and how well you think it's working. Does it need to be uniform across the EU, or is this something where a tailored approach, member state by member state, is the right way to do it?
Well, member state by member state, but also local authority by local authority, region by region. That's what we're talking about now in European construction. So how we can adapt these programs across regions. In my region, for example, sometimes I need to talk about the car industry. Well, what do I need to do? Well, I'll work with the last business producing car parts in my region. There might be another one somewhere else in Europe, and I'll make sure that the innovation goes into that plant. And I'll make sure that we'll be able to concentrate all our sources on that plant. So this is something which is incredibly important. On industries, I think regions are very attached to their industries. So we know that industries are a way of balancing out development in the regions. And this is something which really needs to be at the heart of what Europe is doing for regions and local authorities. So we need to have an overall vision. We need to have a process which is based on openness and exchange. I think we need to work on a large car industry for Europe. We need to have cars for the future. We need to have hydrogen involved. So we could try to build all of this together. We could use our innovation and research bodies. And that's work that can be carried out in regions within our ecosystems. Thank you very much.
Hi, Martin, and I do want to put you all on the spot. Sorry, I'm going to go in reverse order to the way I gave you all the floor for your remarks. And this is very unfair, I know, but Nadia Calvino said we are at a watershed moment. There are many watershed moments, but this is a particular watershed moment. We heard Commissioner Ferreira talking at the beginning about how those key challenges that we need to address. And you said, Natasha Tramershack, cohesion policy can be a true game changer. So for each of you, and I'll start with Martin, and then, as I say, in reverse order the way we started, if you had to identify in 1 minute, this is really unfair, a key priority, the most important thing we need to do to make sure that cohesion policy can continue to build on the achievements of the past, but meet the challenges of the future that we're discussing. What for you is the key? 1 minute each. I'm sorry, it's brutal. Martin first.
Oh, I will just give an example of what I think we need to try to achieve, and whether it can be done within the framework of cohesion policy, I'll leave the experts to determine. But it's this. In the pandemic, we've all had a crash course in remote working. Suddenly, all these high-value service jobs that concentrated in capital cities, we've been talking about this, could be done from anywhere. What I'd like to see is a strategy at regional level, at national level, at EU level to say, can we use this as a policy lever to actually encourage some of those jobs to congregate less? Can smaller places, can we make it attractive for the young professional couple with children to move back to where the grandparents live because they can actually take those jobs there now? And in that way create a critical mass of high knowledge future jobs in left behind places.
I think
very few are doing it. Please try to think about this.
Linked to one of the issues we're going to discuss in the breakouts later, smart specialization, and how each region can identify its unique opportunities, its unique strengths, and capitalize on them. François Bonneau, for you, key priority.
Well, the priority is about human resources. I was talking to it about initial training and also lifelong training. We need to use digital tools to support people in acquiring skills. This is something which was at the heart of Jacques Delors' policies. I'm sure you'll all remember it. I think it's absolutely vital. We need to try to build equality between the regions, and it will also give Europe its confidence back. It's very important for young people and also for people who want to adapt to this period of transformation and transition.
Okay, well, in 1 minute. Place-based approach, tailor-made approach, listening more to each other, national level, regional levels, industry, especially focus on this transition, green, energy efficient, smart, and also together with reskilling of the workers. Together, it can be achieved.
Thank you so much. In much less than a minute, very comprehensive. Nadia Calvino, your key priority.
It's very difficult.
I know.
But I would say we need to make sure that all citizens feel that they and their region matter.
Thank you very much indeed. Very succinct, very clear. And again, we're going to have a session on a Europe closer to its citizens, a breakout, so we'll delve into that in more detail there. Apostolos Tsikostas, your key priority, key next step.
Simply, 3 words: flexibility, synergies, and bottom-up approach in order to tackle the real issues of the citizens.
Thank you so much. And Christa Sven, you have the last word.
I like that. Thank you. Well, transitions require resilience, and resilience can be gained by empowering people. And empowering people means investing in their skills and mindsets. And I think this is exactly what we need to do. Thank you.
And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, those of you in the room, we can finally, after so much time of online where we couldn't show our appreciation, would you please show your appreciation to our panel for a great discussion. And thank you to those of you online for contributing with your thoughts and with your questions. So, before we go, panel, thank you. That was terrific. You've raised a lot of issues, a lot of things that we will need to focus on in more detail in our discussions today and tomorrow. We're going to take a 30-minute coffee break, and then at 5 o'clock sharp, the breakouts will begin. For on-site participants, you can see a reminder of which workshop you registered for on your badge. S1, A Europe Closer to Its Citizens, will be in this room, the Gold Hall. S2, Smarter Europe, Smart Specialization Strategies, in the Copper Hall, way down there and at the bottom. And S3, A More Social and Inclusive Europe, will be in the Silver Hall. For online participants, on Swap Card, go to the Program tab and click on your breakout session. You can also take advantage of opportunities to network with fellow participants online, use the coffee chat to talk to each other in writing about the 4 key themes we're addressing here, or go to the list of participants, find someone to link up with, fix a meeting, make those connections. And tomorrow, we start again at 9:25 sharp. We're going to have speeches from the President of the European Parliament, from the President of the European Commission, from the French presidency, from 2 distinguished professors, and we're going to have panels on the green transition and on the digital transition. And then at the end of the day, we will hear from Commissioner Ferreira again. I wish you very fruitful discussions in your breakouts, and I'll see you back here tomorrow morning at 9:25. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
et à tous. Merci d'être.
Hello everybody, thank you for being with us for this working group which is entitled A Europe Closer to the Citizens. I'd like to thank Commissioner Elisa Ferreira and the European Commission for organising this 8th forum on cohesion, which is an extremely important forum, as you know, for the promotion and the defence of regional policy. For those who don't know me, my name is Yunus Umarji. I'm an MEP, President of the Regional Development Committee in the European Parliament, and I will be the moderator for our session this afternoon. And I'll try to direct the discussions so that our debate is both rich and dynamic. And we'll be here until 6. First of all, I'd like to present our speakers, who are high-quality speakers, and through their experience and commitment to regional policy and their responsibility here will give us extremely interesting answers to the questions we're putting about how we can have a Europe closer to the citizens. And to start with, I'd like to introduce Ivan Bartoš, who is the Deputy Prime Minister of the Czech Republic, and I'd really like to thank him warmly for accepting our invitation. Deputy Prime Minister, you are responsible for digitalisation and regional development. That has been the case since 2021. You're also President of the Pirate Party, as we say it in French. I won't venture to pronounce it in Czech, which and before your ministerial functions, you were in the public administration and regional development in the Chamber of Commerce in the Czech Republic. I'd like to ask you to speak to us for 4 or 5 minutes on cohesion, please.
So thank you very much for the invitation. I'd like to also thanks to Commission for organizing this Cohesion Forum. It's an honor for me to actually be here. After those wonderful speeches on the very beginning, it's hard to depict something that wasn't even said, but I'll try. Last or 2 weeks ago, we had an informal meeting of the ministers responsible for cohesion, and I was enthusiastic because we were speaking almost the same language, even we do have national differences of adapting the cohesion politics within the European countries. And then I talked to my staff, hey, that's great. You know, cohesion works, we see it in the Czech Republic. Everybody thinks it's a good tool and it should be preserved for the future, the way it is, and maybe more dynamic and adaptable. And my staff turned back to me and said, that's because we are all here, ministers who are responsible for regional development, and it's our main tool that helps us to address the needs of the people in the region, of the partners, of the municipalities, of individuals, as well as the companies and NGOs. So the hard fight of the future won't be among us who cooperate horizontally, but would be to prove that cohesion, by its history, by its stability, is the tool that will help us to solve problems that are current now and will be addressed in the future. The thing I want to depict, and maybe we turn more to that, is, and I'm coming from the time when the information society started, and even before the COVID crisis and Ukrainian crisis done by Putin's invasion, we were always talking more likely on the army side of the problems as resilience, the way that society adapts and protects itself. Historically, we thought that you build strong structures, something that's stable, massive framework that's untouchable, and it will drive us through the life problems. COVID crisis and current Ukrainian crisis and the refugees coming to Europe showed us that it's on one side, the stable framework and the tools we know how to use and getting the feedback as well. And it was mentioned by Commissioner Ferreira, it's the adaptability. It's an agile approach. And I think one of the most important things that and it's a challenge, not just for today, tomorrow, and upcoming years, is actually to combine those two things. Cohesion structures and instruments that we already know from 10 of the years and brought us to the current level of development, as well to react to rapidly changing things and crises. I would say it's a challenge, but not each crisis is a challenge. And to implement it because any change that's done in the region affects entire society, entire cell, entire community. It could be people coming to stay in that place as refugees. You need schools immediately for kids. You need social system be adaptable to that. You probably will have to extend healthcare system because Czech Republic's got already 300,000 people on the system. All those things that we are addressing through cohesion for individual regions would probably emphasize. So a lot of work that was already done can be endangered because the situation on the energy acceptance changes pretty fast. And for the very end, we should keep our goals, the strategic goals, the national strategies of regional development, green goals, transformation, digital things. But also we have to know that those things are long-term strategic, and we have to be ready right and now, adapt and give an answer to the people of their current needs, which cohesion provides to us. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Ivan Bartosz. The second participant in our panel is the president of the Conference of Peripheral Maritime Regions in Europe, Cees Logan. You are president of the CPMR. That's been the case since 2020, and you're a regional minister for the North Holland region in the Netherlands. You're responsible for accommodation, water management, and nautical sports, as well as regional development. So I'll give you the floor for 4 to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maas. Dear colleagues, the Cohesion Forum provides each opportunity to address the future of cohesion policy. And some might think to have a discussion on the future is premature, but I believe it's not. We are only 1 year into the new period, but the outlook given in the 8th Cohesion Report raises the question with long-term implications. The most critical is whether the present structure of cohesion will be still fit for purpose in a few years. And the answer to this question implies extensive reflection process. But it is not the only reason why we need to look at the future starting from now. Let's face it, there is a big elephant in the forum. It's called the Recovery and Resilience Facility. The idea of making this instrument permanent is openly debated. We also know that the Commission is looking into which aspect could be mainstreamed in other EU programs. One way or the other, the RRF will affect the EU investment policies of tomorrow. And we can't pretend this won't have an impact on cohesion policy. It already does. See, for example, the priority member states have given the drawing up recovery plans over programming cohesion funds. As a result, the new programs have been unprecedentedly delayed. So how should we approach this discussion about the future? For a start, I think local and regional authorities need to adopt a different mindset. Taking a defensive stance has worked in the past to fight cuts to policy or alterations to its core structure. But I'm afraid that this strategy no longer is an option. It will not work because the context is very different from the past. The RRF has been a game changer. A major review of economic governance is underway. New priorities such as the green and digital transition has been established and new ones could arise. I think this points to the need of a depth reform of the EU budget including its revenue side and its programs. We should stand ready for this debate, contribute to shaping it, not just reacting to it. This requires thinking outside the traditional lines. If we want to have a say, we need to be bold and innovative. We should not resist a change that will happen anyway. In the contrary, we should embrace it. And this is the only way to ensure that cohesion policy will maintain a central role in the future framework of the EU. It's also the only way to keep the spirit of the cohesion alive, to preserve its core elements, the multiple level governance, the partnership principle, and the territorial dimension. It's not an exaggeration to say that these principles are under threat. Cohesion policy is at risk of centralization more than ever. The programming phase is posing many challenges in this regard. I believe Commissioner Ferreira is well aware of these concerns. It's no accident that the cohesion reports call for reinforcing the participative nature of the cohesion policy. The main question is how this can be done. I think to outline today 3 elements for reflection. First, we are seeing a multiplication of spending programs that have all similar objectives. On the one hand, we have a long-established cohesion funds. On the other, we have new programs such as the Just Transition Funds, the Recovery and Resilience Facilities, and the Social Climate Fund. In a way, all have a territorial cohesion approach, but are governed by different provisions. This already translating in more bureaucracy for regions. More bureaucracy means less efficiency. Less efficiency will hurt the impact of investment and the quality of the projects. Moreover, this fragmentation makes it difficult to involve local authorities and develop place-based approaches. What lessons can be drawn for the future? I think we should start exploring the idea of a single investment policy. Yes, a single investment policy. It could at last be the result of a merger of the 3 main cohesion funds, but it could even encompass other funds, such as the Rural Development Fund or the Fishery Fund. And if the RRF is being prolonged, I think we need to reflect on how it could be integrated under cohesion policy. We should not be afraid of putting this proposal on the table. We should not be shy away from having a frank discussion on its pros and cons. Second, we should see the RRF as an opportunity rather than a threat for cohesion policy. More recovery plans have major flaws from our perspective. A poor involvement of local and regional authorities in the governance, an insufficient territorial dimension of planned measures, and a lack of coordination with other EU funds. But the RRF has also become a benchmark in terms of simplification, and we need to make the most of it. Cohesion policy badly needs simpler rules, and I think we should take inspiration from the Recovery Fund to achieve a radical simplification of cohesion funds. Does this mean making them fully performance-based? We will see. My wish is that we launch a debate right now along these lines. And third, there is no doubt that this link between cohesion policy and the European semester will become stronger. We cannot fight this change as we did in the past. We need to acknowledge it and put on the table the correct proposal while securing a formal involvement of the regional authorities. We need to ask ourselves the right questions. Can we reverse the punitive approach of its macroeconomic conditionality? Can we make it rewarding mechanism instead? How can programs be linked to country-specific recommendations in a more effective way? And to conclude, we keep hearing from the European Commission and the European Parliament that local and regional authorities are important partners for the European project. But in the meantime, our knowledge on the ground is too often being ignored. We can organize a conference on the future of Europe every year, but if Europe does not take the region seriously, why should European citizens believe in their opinions and knowledge are taken serious? So please listen to us. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Cees Logan. We also have Magnus Benson with us. You're very welcome. You're President of the Assembly of European Regions. You've been there since 2017. It's a real pleasure to find you here together today, and you're a regional minister for the environment, and you come from Västra Götaland in Sweden. It's the same exercise. You have 4 to 5 minutes to give us your vision of things.
Yes, thank you so much. This 8th edition of the Cohesion Forum has a slogan, and the slogan is Recovery, Rebuild, and Reconnect. And there is no other single EU policy that can do so much in helping us to recover from the pandemic and deliver on our ambitions of creating a greener and more inclusive and prosperous Europe, and than the cohesion policy. And the cohesion policy is the most concrete, in my mind, this is the most concrete expression of EU solidarity. And we need EU solidarity. Investments have played a fundamental role in accelerating economic growth and resuming regional economic and social convergence across Europe. And cohesion policy has played an essential role in our response to the COVID-19 crisis and at a crucial point in the in Europe's recovery and transition. Its investments have never been more needed. And on top of all this, we now have the situation in Ukraine with the war started by the Putin regime in Ukraine, which will affect Europe and the world. And we already now can say that we are in a new world order that we need to take to take into account. And that's also to do transition. That's one of the strengths of the cohesion policy. So we need to also use those kind of instruments in this field. I was amazed to hear that there are 300,000 people now fleeing to Czech Republic, and then we know that there are so many others in all over Europe. Of course, this will affect the local and regional level a lot, because that's where people come to, and that's where we also know how to connect with all the stakeholders. So, if we want to deliver a Europe closer to the citizens, we must get cohesion policy implemented right now. To get there, we need an even stronger place-based approach, taking cohesion reforms and investment at a local and regional level based on the strength and the challenges of our territories. And it is clear that if we are to make a real difference in the life of those who left behind in these transitions, and effectively tackle the challenges we face in this, in particular the social and economic inequalities, climate change and biodiversity losses, and the demographic change, including migration and depopulation, the subnational context and development plans must be embedded with the national recovery development strategies. And we must do this first by setting up a multi-level governance mechanism involving all levels of government in the design and the delivery of recovery plans and cohesion programs. And secondly, by providing adequate financial and technical support, as well as the right right level of competence for local and regional authorities to drive the development strategies locally. Unfortunately, we observed during this period of crisis that there was an increased trend of centralization, so we hope that we can change it again. But to be clear, centralizing a cohesion policy is not going to work. It will not work for Europe's social and economic and territorial cohesion, nor will it be the road to European to get closer to the citizens. That need to be on the ground, and that's where it's important that we involve the local and regional politicians together with the society. For that's how we bring EU closer to its citizens, because that's where they live. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, cher Magnus.
Thank you, Magnus. We have the pleasure of having with us Luisa Salgueiro, who since 2017 is mayor of Matosinhos in Portugal. You are also the president of the National Association of Portuguese Municipalities. That has been the case since 2021. Thank you very much for being with us, and it's very important for us to have the point of view of Portuguese municipalities, which I think would reflect the view of European municipalities. So I'll give you the floor for 5 minutes as well.
Thank you very much. I'd like to send my greet to all the attendees and to thank particularly to the invitation from Commissioner Elisa Ferreira. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here with you, joining this panel, and I said my greetings particularly to my colleagues here at the panel and to all people that stay here with us, particularly Portuguese people that also can join us. Well, first of all, I'd like to underline that all of us understand that we are living challenging times. We just I've been working around the COVID crisis, where the local authorities have a main role to support the populations, and we have to deal with the green and digital transition, and now we have also the war in Ukraine. And that can only be answered with a strong position from the European Union. And the European Union has stepped up with extraordinary measures and delivered the Recovery and Resilience Plan to answer to the COVID crisis. And now we must also have a strong answer to the situation on Ukraine war. And I think that it's very important that in this meeting that we are discussing the cohesion policies, the local authorities have also been invited. We cannot have a global strategy if we don't count on the local level. And as my colleague said, the multi-level answer is the key for our collective success. And what will happen in our future will depend on the decisions that we are taking now. And the European Union has shown the strong position, and I agree and I trust that we'll keep on this way. And as president of the National Association of Portuguese Municipalities, I would argue that there has to be a stronger connection and involvement between local citizens and local power with the European Union institutions. You can see that in a flash Eurobarometer in 2021 with local politicians, 19% agreed that there should be better information on democratic systems and the EU national and subnational level, while 86% agreed with the need to strengthen the involvement of subnational and local government levels in the European Union decision-making. And lastly, 75% think that the European Union should introduce elements of participatory democracy, such as citizens' assemblies and panels. These are key ideas and priorities for the next years. As the spirit of the European Union is built at the transnational level, it is so many times effectively lived and materialized at the local level. Citizens and local politicians must feel their voices are heard, especially in times of rapid changes and multiple crises, such as the days that we are living. I believe that a vibrant European Union and a vibrant national democracy need vibrant local democracies. And our future can only be good for our population if we show everyone that every person count, every man count, every woman count. And that's why I'm happy to stay here to represent all the local levels. Unfortunately, in Portugal, we don't have a regional government. That's a lack in our organization. and that brings us more difficult answers. But I believe that our presence here is also a sign for the future. And we are discussing the European cohesion policies at the same time that there's a war in Europe. And Europe will be much stronger after this crisis. That's why I believe, I trust in European Union institutions, and you can also trust on local authorities. Count on us, we trust in you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much for your contribution. So that brings us into the debate. I'm just recalling what you said. You're really summarizing the European spirit. The European spirit is really present on a local level. And that's the hope that we have. So now we can open the debate. You all mentioned it. This is a time of crisis. It was the COVID crisis and now the war. So we all have our responsibilities, and we've been caught up in history, and we have to shoulder this responsibility. So you already mentioned this, Mr. Bartos. War is raging through Europe, and that has consequences, quite immediate consequences, in countries which share a physical border with Ukraine, but also in the Czech Republic. The flow of refugees is particularly significant, and we need to have urgent responses. But we also need to bear in mind that the shock of this war will have ripple effects on all our societies and economies in Europe. It will really upend cohesion policy. When it comes to urgent responses, well, I would like to commend the proposal from the European Commission and from Commissioner Ferreira. So this is the CARE proposal. And that means that we can have a response to the problems facing member states and local authorities when it comes to the flow of refugees. We were talking about it yesterday with the Deputy Prime Minister. 80% of refugees are women and children. They have primary needs which need to be met. First of all, they need food, they need education, they also need health care, and in the long term, they'll also need to be integrated into the labour market. The CARE proposal is a first response, and before asking you, Deputy Prime Minister, what you would like to say, I would just like to say to everyone that the European Council, the European Commission, and the European Parliament have agreed in record time, in less than 10 days, in fact, they've agreed on a response together. And this unity and this reaction is historic. And it really meets the challenges that we're facing at the moment. So coming to you, Deputy Prime Minister, I was talking to you yesterday, and you were saying that the Czech Republic has already welcomed 300,000 refugees, and the number is very likely, unfortunately, to increase, especially when we look at how the situation is developing. So I would like to ask you, in your opinion, what should be the European reaction on the whole in the face with the situation in Ukraine? In your point of view, what are the main priorities and the main expectations of member states who are facing this massive influx of refugees from Ukraine?
So thank you for a question. First of all, I'd like to thank the European Commission and Commissioner Ferreira of that fast reaction of the care package. that actually lands on the, let's say, running cohesion programs. But since we are in the period when it's switching from one to another term of the next year planning, states that were successfully in realizing the project within the previous time have got actually little money left, and the crisis won't be resolved in weeks, it won't be resolved in months. I hope it won't take years. And we expect people, if the war is over, that they would like to live back in their land in Ukraine. But of course, and it will no doubtly happen, a lot of people would stay in the countries that they escaped from the war. So we need to act fast now, which could be delivered through adjusting some existing things, but we should look forward as well. We put on the place the question of a resilience and recovery plan, which is the money that's prepared, and we address it partially on the transformation on the green, partially on the digital. But the migration crisis is the most current issue and the challenge we face. And it was said by my colleague, we are making decisions now that would have significant effect in many years in the future. Such we were dealing with the Syria crisis, where 4 million of refugees were moving towards Europe, but it was within 3 years. This huge population switch was done in less than 3 weeks. And as I said, those people, they will need the it's not just the housing, but housing is the first question of that. We have to avoid, creating ghettos within Europe, but we were not prepared for such speed. So we probably will, in the first way, a lot of families are taking kids and families to their houses. We are using hotels. We cooperate with the private sector. Would that be enough? I'm afraid it won't. So we should put on the place everybody as we react with restrictions, as we react with the core, with the care package. We should put our heads together and find a fast solution to that issue as well. I think this is very important, and we got to be realistic. It could be a long-term crisis that would affect entire Europe. So thank you for the question. Thank you for Commission for help. And I believe we would put the hands together, because we communicate different ministries, our prime ministers, and trying to find that solution, because the principle of that equity and equality within Europe carried by cohesion is above the individual goals, or let's say those boosters. So don't look at it as a concurring tools, but always find the best tool to solve the current challenge. From my humble opinion, it could be the Recovery and Resilience Facility as one of the fast money source, but it could be discussed in the future.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much for your answer. We're also very grateful to the Czech Republic and to all member states who are shouldering this responsibility to welcome Ukrainian refugees. So this reflects the EU's values founded after the Second World War on solidarity. So this war has really changed things completely, and will continue to be affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. Here, once again, cohesion policy shows that it is able to react in times of crisis, in these very difficult days. Cohesion policy has been able to provide solutions to help out regions in Europe. So there's the Kreplus regulation. There are also a number of other regulations which you know. My question is for the president of the Conference of Peripheral Maritime Regions. I'd like to know from the CPMR perspective, what would you say about these regulations, REACT-EU, for instance, and CRE+? Does the CPMR appreciate how these regulations have been connected between state levels, so between the national level and the regional level? What lessons can you learn from this, and what recommendations could you state for us?
Well, thank you very much. And what I said before, and I'm going to say now, is that we need a good involvement of the local and regional authorities. And what we see that in the past there was this good cooperation between in the multi-level approach, and we in the new policy we neglect that. And what we must not forget, if we also look at this crisis now in the Ukraine, what we all condemn, of course, but these refugees are arriving in the local communities, in the regions, and there they find the first aid for them. And that only can be good governance in this multi-level approach. And that's why I once again state that we need this mutual level approach in the cohesion policy, and we must not neglect it.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. So we see that cohesion policy is able to provide responses, especially to major challenges in Europe. And one of the most important transitions that we're going through at the moment is, of course, the energy transition and the climate transition. In regulations that we've negotiated, in particular in the EFTR regulation, we've tried to provide responses which are more ambitious, because we have included the objectives of the Paris Accords in the regulation. The European Commission, like the European Parliament, supported the principles that no European funds, that European funds should be used on cohesion. I know you're very involved in climate, Mr. Berndsen, and I would like to know what European cohesion policy's responses have been to bring about a just transition. I'd like to know how European regions look at this new instrument, and do you think it'll be enough to be able to bring about the transition which is more necessary than ever if we want to become less dependent on the outside, especially on Russia?
Thank you very much for that question. I think I could say for all of us, for 5 years ago, no one would have understood that the electrification in the industry would go so quickly as it has. And it's not something that will happen in the future. It's going on right now. It's not just that cars and trucks are being built with electrical engines. It's the whole factories. It's everything that goes into the products that are now in the transition. Even the steel industry is trying to be fossil free. Everything is going on at the same time. That demands so much energy. And what happened at that time? We have we got this situation where we also need to connect it with security. So of course that need for even a faster transition is not easy, because it is when you change in your energy supply chains, you usually think in decades, but now we will need to think much quicker, and we must work much closer to each other. And of course, this is the instrument of cohesion, or the way of working with that we have done with cohesion. That's the model that we need to use in this process as well. But it's also, if it will be successful, it is also necessary that we explain how the new facility works for all also on the ground. So I think that organizations like mine, Assembly of European Regions and others, and together with the Commission and the Parliament, etc., we need to help also explain how these instruments are supposed to work, and again, make sure that we include all the levels of governments to do this. But it's needed to do directly. And there is a risk that we always are in these kind of meetings where we are sitting and preaching to the choir because we think the same here. But we also need to tell this story in the other meetings where we don't preach to the choir and give the good examples when transition have led to something better in the future. It will be hard in the movement because there is a lot of people that need to be re-educated. Also people that are very well educated. If you have been working with the combustion engine, there are 700 parts in one of them. And in electrical engine, it's only 70, but it's the completely different things. So you need also, if you are a civil servant working in the field, you will need new education. So, of course, it can be the instruments can really make a difference. But if it should be like that, we need to work together with all levels of government, but also together with the industry, the business side, with academia and civil society. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. So we're going to continue talking about the challenges facing regions and municipalities. Another challenge is the way that local authorities and regions face up to extreme climate events. These are getting more and more common everywhere. We've noticed that these extreme weather events are becoming more and more challenging, and they're going hand in hand with climate change. Portugal is, of course, concerned by these weather catastrophes, climate catastrophes, especially by drought, which has considerable consequences on cohesion. So the question that I'd like to ask you, what are the tools at the local authorities' disposal to be able to adapt to climate change? So we've just spoken about mitigation, about reducing greenhouse gas emissions, but adaptation is also very important. I would like to know how local authorities are managing and if they need additional support or strategies, European strategies, for example, to be able to face up to this challenge.
I think that we are very involved with all the municipalities in a general way, very involved in the answer on climate change. We are following the Paris Agreement. I can only speak about Portuguese situation, and most of the municipalities have already been working in a strategy in order to combat the climate changes. And it is, of course, a problem of financing, but also a strategy. And we are facing even the energetic problems. I must talk about my particular situation. In my municipality, we have an oil refinery that has closed about 1 year ago. It was a very unpredictable decision of the closing of the refinery, and we are using directly the money of the Just Transition Fund in order to find another solutions, because it had an impact on about 220 million euros in the local economy, so you can understand how much that meant. But the first challenge is to make all the population aware of the changing that we must have in our behaviors. We must change the way that we organize our life. And right now we are having water crisis, because we have no water. There hasn't been raining last month in Portugal, and everyone has to understand that we must change all our lifestyle, what we do in our home, the way we cook, the way we take care of the gardeners. So of course that we always need the European Union support and the money for the projects and the programs. But the first goal to achieve, I believe, is that you can involve all the population. And that's the key for the role of the local authorities, because we stay very close to the people. We can work together even in the previous policies with the children, with the schools, and that's the only way to get to the right point, I believe. So, of course, once again, we need to work in a multi-level answers. The local authorities to have the diagnostic of the situations, the regional commissions to help us to have the best solutions in order to use the 2030 money solutions also for these local strategies. But that's not the most difficult answer that we have to find. The most important is to change the way that people look how to use, for instance, the public transport. If you can make every student to use the public transport. Now with COVID, it's another difficulty because people are afraid to use a public transport. Everyone wants to use his own car, so it's even more difficult now. And if we look locally and you act nationally or at European level, it would be easier. So once again, it is very important that we have the global means, but it is also very relevant that we understand direct of the situation. But in a general way, I think that the local authorities, the municipalities in Portugal are already been doing the right way in order to achieve the global goals.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Yes, I would like to get a reaction from the Deputy Prime Minister, from Mr. Bartos. I'd like to know about adaptation to climate change. Last summer in Germany, there were natural catastrophes. There was the damage of 35 billion euros, 5 billion in Belgium. We are building infrastructure through European funds, and then we rebuild them later on with European funds. So does he share the opinion that through cohesion policy, it'd be better to have some sort of preventative approach in our approach to infrastructure?
I believe yes, it has preventive effects. We in Czech Republic were used to historically missing water, and through dry land we've got floods, and last year we had a tornado for the first time that actually damaged a lot of villages and households in eastern Moravia, which wasn't historically the first but the strongest one that happened on our land. So obviously things are changing. I have to say, and I'm from the small city of the north, that the local authorities actually are much capable to explain the necessity of going fossil-free, more green, environmentally responsible behavior, because you can touch it. It's hard to explain to a person in the region of a global warming issue, but you can easily show him that there are 2 more degrees within the city during the summer. you know when you've got a chimney next to your house, or if you are living next to the highway, which in future we still probably will have traffic jams, but at least those cars will be electric and won't smoke and make a noise. So the role of local governments and the leaders and the participants are very important. When I'm missing a little bit the role that we could have, and I believe even French presidency and our presidency would somehow bring that aspect closer to the people, is actually to explain how that happens. And you can only explain it through the things that people know. You wake up in the morning, you have a glass of water, it's cleaned by the facility that's most likely supported from cohesion funds of European Union. And then you take a bus, right? If it's a combined or electric bus, we are not that far yet, but most likely that part of public transportation is somehow co-financed by the European funds. And those are the things that people can touch. Historically, especially our part of Europe, politics want to get the goals for things that they did not really achieve by themselves. So another thing, let's give European Union credit in front of the people, so they know that change is brought from the top level thinking and financing to the very local acting and delivering better life, better environment to the people, easier work. And people are scared of changes. And you can do this very simple thing. Support something that's harmful and good, and tax things that are bad to regulate them. But we do unique approach. We finance the transition from, you know, the things that are harmful to us, to society, they are old, costly, whatever, to move to the things that they would be supported or would work in almost independently and provide better life in the future. So let's say this is a unique approach to the problem, because the simple way would be just tax the bad things and, you know, co-finance or support the good things. But we are focused on the transition, and I think that is important, and we got to be able to explain it to the people. And again, local politicians usually are more successful to showing the particular delivery more than politicians on the stage talking about things that you cannot really touch, which is a global warming or global energy crisis or raising level of the seas. So credit to the local politicians from me.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Questions are coming in online because citizens are following our debate. The president of the CPMR is still with us, and I'll put the question to him about how we can adapt to climate change, especially when we're in maritime island regions of Europe, because they're the areas most affected by climate change, which is taking place. Does he share the opinion of the Regional Development Committee that additional resources need to be given to regions so as to adapt?
Yes, thank you very much for the question, and I think that's a valid point what is in the question, and because we have to look at the regional handicaps in climate change and the knowledge on the ground there, and I think one of the main principles what we should do is not be afraid to share our knowledge. This is one thing what we do within the CPMR members. We should do that also on a global scale, because if we don't take into account the geographical handicaps, for example, our outermost regions, the islands, they are isolated. They have a direct effect by sea level rise. So we need to plan ahead. I believe it was Plato who said, "He who desires peace must prepare for war." And that is exactly what we have to do on climate change as well. We know that it is coming, and we must prepare, and we must prepare in with everything we've got, but also taken into account that we are geographically not equal. It's not everywhere the same. For instance, the coast of Portugal is completely different than the coast of Holland. And we need to take this sort of local and geographical differences into account. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Your reply leads us on to the question of the territorial dimension of cohesion policy, because we all know there's great diversity between regions in Europe, and one of the missions of the cohesion policy is to deal with this diversity, although it has unity in its policies. So I'd like to turn to the Deputy Prime Minister, and ask you, how do you think that this territorial dimension can be assumed by cohesion policy, especially taking account of the rural areas and the sparsely populated areas? We're facing very new challenges with the depopulation of many rural areas, and I'd like to underline that the European Commission has started work on rural areas with the European Parliament. We're working on this file as well, so we'd like to hear what you have to say from the Czech point of view on this question.
So I will react fast, and I'm happy because, okay, you described on the very beginning my, let's say, political history, but my education went through information science and through ontologies, the way how to describe the real life in the data with them parameters. And I, even though as a member of opposition during the previous election period, one thing I said was really good prepared, and this was the regional development strategy provided by the previous government for 2021 plus, which implemented those territorial dimensions into that. And the way me as a data analyst as well, the way it was almost the business intelligence like three-dimensional cubes that are describing different size of the areas by their specific, and making not regional border specific areas, but depicting the specificity and the problems of such area. Because it could be in well-development region for particular, for example, bad infrastructure and accessibility through the roads. You can have a spot that requires completely different approach within the strategy over all regions. So that's the first thing. We do implement that approach to the very objectives for the specific kind of, and you would see we've got different names for the areas. And as well, there are tools that are provided and very well implemented in the Czech Republic. It is for sure ITI, which was highly used by the big cities regarding the specific programs of the agglomerations around the cities and small villages. We've got a little issue. We've got around the Prague about 400 villages, so you cannot use it for each the project that ATI could deliver. But it's also the community-led local development, which we've got implemented as a part of cohesion on for the 2020 out to 2023, almost 93% of the territory of the Czech Republic. So we've got legislation, we've got cohesion funds, we've got tools and methodology how to apply them, and thanks to whoever brought it to us on the break of the century, we do have a IT and digital skilled people who can combine the data and depict its specific targeting on the area. And you cannot do that from the computer of the office. So again, the local teams and local delivery units are very important to actually prove that upside theory and strategy that meet the objectives, and it does its purpose in the region. So from my point of view and the Czech Republic, in that specific aspect of the cohesion politics, we are doing great, and I hope it's appreciated by our partners in the European Commission and European Union.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. You're right. The territorial dimension is not an option when it comes to cohesion policy. It's an obligation. We have Article 174 showing this, and I'd like to turn to the President of the CPMR, first of all, and then the regions of Europe. Does the President of the CPMR think that Article 174 is used in the way it should be, as much as it should be, when it comes to island regions?
Well, I think that it's good that we have this article which involve this outermost regions and the island regions, and I think that it's good it's there. If it is used always on the proper manner, well, we can have a debate on that, because what we see is that we are not always asked for our input on execution of what comes out of this. So that's I think that we could do better in using this article. That's my first reaction on this question. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I'd like to put the question to you as well.
Continue there. Of course, it's super important with the participation of all level of government, but let me go a little bit back on what mentioned also a little bit before about rural strategies. And I think we have had a history of a lot of rural strategies and urban strategies, and we have good examples of good things happening in the major cities. We have good things happening in small municipalities. Not always possible to multiply. What we need to do much more is to connect the two, because the rural area will always need the urban centers, but that's also the other way around. And I think that will be even more important now after all the lessons that we have learned after the COVID crisis, with the opportunities for having a lot more services. Not okay.
Bien, il y a une sirène qui s'est déclenchée. Je ne crois pas que ce soit des bombardements qui arrivent sur Bruxelles.
Is it end of discussion announcement?
Mais peut-être peut-on me dire si... Je crois qu'il est difficile de continuer, puisqu'on risque de ne plus nous entendre. Mais si...
But we're ready to take shelter if necessary.
Oui. Bien.
Oh, thank you. So hopefully we are doing the right thing to stay here. We'll see. Yes. So my point was that we need to find the strategies that interlink these strategies, urban and rural, that we have done before. And again, it's hard to predict anything, especially the future, as someone said. And of course, we have learned so many times the last couple of years that there will always happen things that we need to be more agile. We be much more flexible, so that we need to keep that in our mind. I would never thought just a month ago that in my home we would have a teenager from Ukraine living because he had to flee from the war in Kharkiv. I mean, that would not be in my mind. And right now there are a lot of, or I should say all European, more or less all European cities and regions are preparing for what they can do in this situation. And for the cities and the regions, it will be very important to continue of being this, being, as I said, agile and flexible. But it will not work without the cooperation with the European level and with the national level. It won't work otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I think you're quite right. Commissioner Ferreira said to the Parliament yesterday that we shouldn't think about competition between rural regions and urban strategies that we're implementing. That's precisely the trap we shouldn't fall into. But I'd like to turn now to the representative of the Portuguese municipalities to ask you what you think about integrating towns into this governance strategy in cohesion policy. It's multi-level governance as well that we're very attached to here.
Well, I believe that local authorities are partners of that national and European goals, general goals, but we can only have success if we get the commitment of our populations also. And there are some good examples that we can use, because living labs, for instance, are a great example of adoption new ways of life instead of impositions. And we have to embrace each person in our policies. And I'd like to use an example. I think it's a good example. That is the new European Bauhaus that is linked to the European Green Deal. And it's a great example of closing the gap between people and politicians and the European and local levels. And it presents an interdisciplinary way, a platform that can combine the sustainability, the aesthetic, and the inclusion issues. And we are all working on that, all countries, but also the cities, the municipalities. And I believe that if you use that kind of projects, it's easier to involve people to get our population's commitment, so we'll have more chances to have good results. And I will also like, if you allowed me to use an example, because we have already received the prizes, and one of the issues of the new European Bauhaus, it was won by the Center of Engineering and Product Development in my own town, Matosinhos. And these kind of projects that we use locally are a great help in order to make us go faster. So the involvement of the municipalities and the regional authorities, when it's the case that you can also have the regional level, will increase the possibilities of having the best results.
Let's stay with issues of governance and good partnership. Well, in the European Parliament, we're very attached to the best possible partnerships with towns and regions of Europe. We have the national relaunch and recovery funds, and I'd like to turn to the Deputy Prime Minister of the Czech Republic to see whether we are managing to use the different instruments well, if there's consistency there, and if there's the same need to have good partnerships with the local towns and municipalities when it comes to this recovery.
As I said, we are trying to implement the instruments that allow, and it's one of the principles that I actually believe the modern politics should be based on, that support subsidiarity level, that you build up things from the bottom to the top, not vice versa. And we also, and it's popular, and a lot of newly elected municipality politicians are jumping right into that on the regional level and the city level. So we do also have conferences that on global level describes the new politics. So we are trying to have information flowing through different level of the governance of the programs, and as well using technology that you get from the global strategies to the regional strategies to actually action plans. And we've got a repository from the individual city and municipal strategies. Then our goal in the future maybe would be pretty easy, just mapping the needs and the strategies that are following common goals to the specific way of financial or let's say governance resource. So we are trying to implement the tools that are modern, that actually involves the specific level of the governance in the specific part of the projects. And it's often discussed even in the industry and the business sector that you are reaching for the customer feedback, right? But it's not the star on the screen of the cell phone. The citizen is the customer. So basically, the better we perform from the political point of view, then your chance to be elected for that good performance is, as well as the well-being of the people, is that biggest feedback that you can get. So, yep, we should work not on a centric base, having different levels involved, and then it could work. Sometimes it's hard, and we have to work on that for sure. It's actually past this dynamically or sometimes very hard agreement on the level of European nations on a specific program, because the cities are ready to actually implement and start them projects. And the closer you get to the moment, they need the specifics for the projects to maybe know it's worth of going for it, or if they still got the time to adjust. So if we have to work on something that's probably European level and a national level of passing the decision directly to the national government, and then, as far as I can say in Czech Republic, we do have the governance set up to the level of the city, which actually delivers the concrete project that should improve the citizen life.
Merci.
Thank you. Luisa Salguero was saying at the beginning of this discussion that she was very attached to participatory democracy, and I think that we can make progress there so that there's more of this when we define European programs for the different regions and areas. So there's a new zone that we can invest in, or the managers of investment funds, that is, whether they are national or regional ones. If we want to be complete here, we can't fail to talk about the conclusions of the 8th Cohesion Report. There were, of course, a lot of questions put there, but what we do observe is that the report says that there are still important differences in development despite the success of regional policy, and there are lots of successes, but we need to continue our work on discrepancies between territories. The level of unemployment remains high in southern countries in particular, and in outlying areas and on the islands. And we also see, as we read the 8th report, that there is quite a clear link between the move away of industry, the decline of industry, and unemployment levels. So my question to President Benson: how can Europe remedy this? Perhaps the cohesion objectives should be better covered or understood in other union policies, because cohesion policy isn't just a matter for regional policy. It is something that's important for all policies. And that's why we are making these statements that we are making.
Yes, thank you very much. And a little secret for the audience: we are both islanders, so we know the situation of living on an island. But even though I'm living in the city right now, but of course the eighth cohesion report showed a lot of things that we need to take into our hands and use, because you can have a lot of differences within a country, even though we see the progress as going the right way. We have a general progress, and we see a lot of good examples, but we will need to be very careful and also see that it's that could be even accelerated differences in a country if we don't do this in the right way. But on the other hand, we also see that the instrument is very much an instrument that could be used for these kind of convergence. So again, that's why a general, just a general strategy for a whole country is not valid. That's why we need to go down to the ground and build it from the bottom up. And I think that the report shows that, and we should really use that. And we also can see on the local ground the changes in the local and regional business side, and be very work very close together with them in this transition, which is needed also to get things to work. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. We just have 5 minutes left for our discussion, so I'll give the floor to everybody again, so that you can conclude this discussion, which I think was quite lively, rich, exciting, and I do hope that it has explained things for people listening to us. I'll give the floor to Deputy Prime Minister Bartos for 1 minute.
You quite surprised me, you picked me first. But what I want to depict, and it's based on what was said here by my colleagues, we've got common goals. We deliver them through the strategies, and we've got cohesion politics as a principle and as a 1/3 of a budget of the EU that is used to support the region and cohesion and sustainable development. And there are certain moments when we need specific booster, the COVID, the war, whatever crisis, energetic crisis, and we should use them, but be aware and do not think of them as a solution of individual boosters coming in the fast way with massive changes, because then the impact, which is delivered rapidly, hopefully rapidly in specific cases, could also endanger the cohesion politics and make the differences between regions even bigger, because you placed, for example, a specific industry through segment-oriented program for the automotive, which sucks all employees from companies that you were supported for years, SMEs and small businesses. You were supporting them for years, but then you provide very specific, good paid jobs in the region, and it would just destroy the structure for this fast gain. We need to raise salary of the people in the region. Think of well-being, which is combination of very specific things as education, good healthcare system, environment, culture, which is covered by those complex deliveries of cohesion funds. So think smart, look to the future, be agile. That's my message.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I'll give the floor to the...
Conclusion en 1 minute.
Thank you very much. I'd like to state again that territories aren't the same, and we need to have tailor-made measures. And multi-level governance means using all levels of government and all social economic partners towards common goals. This is a fundamental principle for successful investment. Hence, cohesion policy is the only effective investment policy, as I said in my opening statement. And I like to close down with, especially on climate change, the biggest challenges are still coming for us, are still waiting for us in the future. So let us not forget that. Which policy we invent, which in place, our biggest challenges are still ahead of us, and we need it battled on a multi-governance level approach. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. President Berndsen, closing remark?
As local and regional politicians that lives in the territory, live very close to the citizens, I know that everyone has the purpose of creating a good life, or creating a good possibilities for a good life for the citizens, and that's very close to what you say about well-being, and that's the purpose, of course. And the cohesion policy has been very important for lifting the poorer areas, but sometimes people think that is a zero-sum. That will need to make the richer poorer, but that's not the fact. We can be richer together, because when more people have the possibility to buy more of the goods that are produced perhaps in the richer areas, that's so clearly a win-win situation. And I think we need to be better in selling the whole idea of the cohesion policy. And I think too long time it has been just discussed as something that European money that goes to the regions, instead of showing the results. I think we need to brag a little bit more about our good examples, and not only the good examples, but the whole cohesion policy, because it is, as I said in the beginning, it's European solidarity. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Luisa Salgueiro.
Very shortly, just to say that when we are talking about cohesion, we are talking about all kinds of policies. We are talking about health services or care services, environmental policies, cultural, urbanistic, digital services. Everything is cohesion. And at the end, we are working for companies, institutions, families, persons. And the reason why we are all here is to make people happier. And if everyone gets happier, that means that the cohesion and our work is in the right way. So that's in few words, what I think it's the reason why every day we wake up and go to work.
Eh bien, je crois que c'est la...
Well, I think that's the nicest way we could possibly conclude this. Cohesion policy, through its very objectives, is close to citizens. So we are going to conclude, as we started, with a thought going out, a thought of solidarity for the Ukrainian people and for all of those in Europe who are shouldering the responsibility of hosting these refugees. I would once again like to commend the institution, the European Commission, first of all, the European Council, and the European Parliament. Next week there'll be a mini plenary of the Parliament about the care initiatives. So caring, looking after people, contributing to, through cohesion policy, to helping out Ukrainians. Thank you very much for this discussion. And I hope to see you all very soon to be able to continue to work, to defend, to promote cohesion policy. Thank you very much.